If it's just something that you cannot touch and it's not a tangible outcome which brings a different solution, which brings a different context to a certain problem, if it works, then that's a very nice indicator to have. And when it comes to scalability, which will be, I would say, the point of discussion in a second, you cannot scale out something that does not work. And it doesn't mean if it's a social enterprise or just a social innovation or just innovation in education. Does it work or does it not work? Is it impactful? Does it bring the results that you want? Does it bring the systematic change that you aim, or does it not do that? So that would be my short answer to that.
There's one key element of many innovations, which is technology. So technology, from the Zero Project point of view, and I think you will agree, is an important element of many innovations. I wouldn't say all, but many. But there's also a discussion if technology is really the only solution and everyone should only focus on technology, or how to embed technology. That's more or less the question in solutions. How do you look at this?
Oh, look, in 2022, you cannot have an innovation without any digital participants at all. Like digitalization and technology have their role when it comes to innovation, but they're more or less part of the process right now rather than an end result. When it comes to the social innovation, though, we don't always need digitalization. We don't always need technology to have a different end result. For example, if you have a very new, interesting, adapted business model which solves a social problem, and yesterday during the transfer of innovation session, there were really interesting examples of business models who solve social challenges around the world. You don't necessarily need technology for that. Sometimes it's a matter of people gather together, assess the problem, try to have a solution, try to have a different approach, or just combine problems. And this is why I really also like the social innovation concept, because it doesn't bring this balance between west and east and between north and south, because it actually brings the periphery where the problems are to a position of power, because the more you combine problems, the more you actually find solutions. And especially in the social innovation part, actually the community is in charge in a way of doing these solutions, and you don't passively wait for somebody to do that for you.
But then let's now come to I would say, the critical part of innovations, which is, can they be scaled? Can they be replicated? Can they go across borders? How do you look at innovations from this scaling angle?
When it comes to scaling, there are three branches which I think people are starting to recognize. So do you want to scale up? Do you want to scale out? Do you want to scale deep? Because scaling out as a process, this is not, let's say it like that, challenges in the world are not a lake where you just put a rock and things happen. Like, things would react differently. For example, if you have an innovation where you would like to change, you have a systematic change in mind, you want to have a political change, you want to have laws or rules change, this is what it comes to scaling up, because you would like to affect the system. And this is done generally by people who are working on a grassroots level, who have ideas, they've seen firsthand the problems. They're either part of the problem themselves and they experience the challenges on daily basis, or they've seen it. So scaling up literally means changing the system in a way that eliminates the problem, or it shrinks the problem to a situation where it doesn't affect that people anymore. On the other hand, scaling out means, in a way, impacting more people, numbers, so to cover more people when it comes to the solution. And scaling deep, I mean, in a way, each innovation tries to do that. Each startup tries to do that. So changing the cultural roots of the challenge, in a way, attacking the roots that are there, and changing the values of people. And I can give many examples of that. For example, not only in the disability field, but generally in the human rights. For example, the LGBTQI community has many examples on how social norms were redefined. And if you go back 30, 40, 50 years back, you would have so many cultural dogmas regarding that community that right now, through different areas of work, different projects, different initiatives, have been influenced. And there is obviously a lot to do there. But the scaling has different dimensions and different aims.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. So I really like these three types of scaling, but let's focus on scaling up. I think this is the most gripping and tangible part of it. if you look at innovation, if you talk to someone who is presenting something to you, what would be your first 1, 2, 3 questions that you analyze for yourself? Is this an innovation that has the potential to scale up?
Well, how do you define the problem, or how do you attack the problem? So what is your solution to the problem, and how sustainable it is? Of course, I think in a way, the author of the social innovation is also a key stakeholder in that. And with us as a network, for example, with the ESPD, that's very important, and this is why we have the capacity of the network, and this is how we, in a way, manage the capacity of the network. And I can give a very concrete example of a scalable social innovation when it comes to our members. For example, we would have an organization which is called the Charitable Early Intervention Institute, and it's based in Kharkov, Ukraine. And they have been doing early childhood intervention for so long, and they're so good at it that right now they're part of a social innovation on a systematic way. Your favorite one, the scaling up, which is changing the way Greece, another country not that far away, and Greek government and the European Commission and us together, we are reshaping the way early childhood intervention is done in Greece with their help. And just next week, me and a colleague from the Early Intervention Institute in Kharkov, Anna Kukuruza, will be together in Greece doing a pilot for the Greek government with several organizations to scale their early childhood interventions. So that's a very concrete example how you use knowledge, how you manage innovation within your network, and in a way how you have the best out of different worlds combined, because that's how you should in a way manage knowledge in this world. Everything in a way is already discovered, but the way how you connect knowledge and how you use innovation is what makes a difference.
Looking at the roles that the ESPD or the Zero Project can play in that, no? So my personal experience would be what we do as the Zero Project, we somehow enable people coming together, bringing them on a defined level of expertise or knowledge. But who connects to whom in which way is not really what we can influence, or maybe even don't want, because this is entrepreneurship. Would you agree to this approach, or would the SPD be more forthcoming or more direct in making connections?
I don't think you can force innovation. Innovation, as everything in the world, has its natural progression, and you can create the conditions to nurture innovation and to nurture partnerships. But the way that you speed date people within the Zero conference, I would say it's good enough. And for us, it has been obviously working, as we are a very active part of the community and we are enjoying our time here. And I think that's a very good approach. I mean, you can influence innovation when it comes to, I would say, the foundation, the values that it's based on, such as partnership, efficiency, impactfulness. Obviously, the human rights are part of the social innovation for us, and we wouldn't take it any other way. So I think that gathering people with similar values and similar goals in the same place, in a way, makes that recipe happen.
To summarize the discussion before we have the summary of the graphic facilitation, apart from conferences that the SPD is doing, we are doing any other tools or instruments that you would use and will use in the in your incoming role as the, not incoming, you're there already, in your future role as the head of the SPD, what you will focus on to make that happen?
What I would focus on, it's mainly working with our network, because that's the strength of EASPD, and as all of the things that we could bring also to our partners as the Zero Project is the knowledge, the grassroots experience, and the things that are already there as values, because that's what I think is the important part. So developing the network, capacity building for our organization, and changing the world to a better, more right-based world.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Maya. I think we could go on for hours, and I think we'd think along the same lines, and we could go really into depth of discussing scaling and innovations. But I'm concluding this now, and we will move over now to Petra, our graphics facilitator, and let's see how she summarizes our discussion.
Scaling up social innovation. Michael just said in his question is like, we're talking a lot about scaling up, but what does it actually mean? And I will start with the 3 scalings you were talking about. We heard there is one that goes from grassroots up to the changing the systems and the rules. The second one would be scaling out, meaning getting more people involved. Or number 3, scaling deep, so going into the roots of the problem. So these 3 types of scaling we have been talking about. And then there was the question, how do we change this one thing that we want to focus on, the scaling up? And the answer was by networking. We have to work on an international level and find corporations and make the connections. Right in the beginning, there was also the question, innovation, digitalization, computering, is that all part of it? And the answer was yes, of course. You cannot do innovation in 2022 without digitalization, but we're talking about social. Social means we're talking about people, and this is why SPD recommends us to look at community-based solution finding. So we take the communities and look for solutions, and we ask the question, does it work? And if it works, it's part of what we want to do. That's the innovation we're looking for. Thank you for that Fireside talk.
Thank you. And this concludes this Fireside talk. Thanks to Maya. Thanks to Petra. Thank you.
Dear Zero Conference delegates, dear guests of our Fireside discussions, I know that you have joined right now from every corner of the world, and I would like to thank you for being with us. I hope you are enjoying this conference as much as we are. My name is Emanuela Zaimi. I am the founder and the managing director of Down Syndrome Albania Foundation. In this conference, I have been trusted the task of overviewing on the ground the Fireside gestation. It is the best task I could get because I'm hearing very interesting topics. The organizing team of this conference has done a great job in selecting both the topics and the speakers. I have now the pleasure to invite and to have the discussion on a very interesting topic, Dr. Anthony Giannoumis. Welcome.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and I'm just completely honored to have a chance to talk about this a little bit controversial, but really critical, important topic for moving the agenda forward when it comes to human rights and certainly with disability rights.
Yeah, so we will be talking about decentering power and privilege. And Dr. Giannoumis, you are a social entrepreneur, an advocate, a researcher, an associate professor of universal design of ICT at the Department of Computer Science at Oslo Metropolitan University. What do you love doing most among all what you do?
I think the entrepreneurship work has really enabled me to to recenter a lot of the discussions around important issues to focus more on marginalized communities. And so I've taken it as my initiative, my mantra, to kind of surround myself with as diverse a group of people as I possibly can, so that when new opportunities come my way, and especially in the entrepreneurship space, this is happening to a really great extent, I'm able to then focus attention on those individuals and elevate their voices.
Well, thank you. That's quite an important focus for us as well. So, but what do you see as a challenge while you're trying to decentering at work and all of the within the marginalized groups?
Yeah, I think this issue of trust comes to play a lot. So when I'm in a position where an opportunity comes my way and I have to say no or not yet, and I want to give that opportunity to someone else who may have some disadvantages in their life, they may have some kind of characteristics or experiences that may put them in a different light than someone like me who comes into that opportunity with a lot of privilege and a lot of power. There's a trust issue that comes to play when I'm recommending that individual for that position, recommending them for that opportunity, and the person who is, or the organization who's trying to give me that opportunity looks at me with a little bit of skepticism, and I have to kind of make the case that yes, this person may be young, yes, this person may have a very different experience than I do, but that means that their contribution is even more critical and more important than having my voice on a board of directors or in some kind of power position.
But what about, shall we do to increase more awareness on this topic, maybe at corporate levels, but also on self-awareness of these individuals?
Yeah, I think this is the kind of million-dollar question here, is how can we reform our institutions in a way that gives equal opportunities to persons from marginalized backgrounds when it comes to advancing leadership positions? And this cuts across all possible identities, social identities. So this is, yes, a disability issue. It's also a gender issue. It's also an issue of race, of socioeconomic status. And so we have to look at it multidimensionally, and then we have to radically reform these institutions to change the power balance. We all know about the glass cliff, right? Where women advance to a certain position, and then they're not able to advance any further. Understanding more about the mechanisms that are at play when it comes to enabling women, people with disabilities, and everyone else to advance to those positions is really critically important. Now, I've been able to have a lot of success in my field. One of the ways that I've challenged that status quo has been to purposefully identify, mentor, work with, collaborate with people who have a radically different experience than I do. And that's brought so much value and so much important knowledge and experience into my work that I never would have been able to take advantage of if it was just me or just people who shared the same background as I do. I work in computer science.
Yeah.
The easiest thing in the world is for me to work with other people who look, think, and act like me. And in doing so, you're not going to come up with anything truly innovative because you're not able to take advantage of the diverse viewpoints that exist in the world. You're just looking at the world from one angle and one viewpoint. And that's why this issue of decentering is so critically important.
Yeah.
Because when I take myself out of the limelight, when I take myself out of the focus, and I put other people whose voices haven't been heard or have not been heard to the same extent that mine has, then we can have real change.
Well, yeah, and we see a corporate moving towards people with different backgrounds, and we also have the universal design principles. How do we connect all these together? So what would be your key recommendations to, let's say, those corporate leaders or managers that are hearing us now?
Great. So universal design is my absolute favorite topic. This is something that I have the deepest passion for. It's what I've dedicated my life to. And I think we need to reinvent universal design. Traditionally, universal design just focused on architecture or user interfaces of technologies, of websites, for example. We need to think completely differently. Because we can universally design a corporation. Mm-hmm. We can universally design our policies, our systems, our programs, our products. It's not just about the built environment. It's not just about the user interface of a piece of technology. And when we start universally designing a company, a business model, you'll immediately see how we can pivot from looking at the commercial space as being exclusive and focused on taking advantage of commercial opportunities and start looking at the commercial space as an arena for achieving equality, for promoting diversity. And one of the most important aspects of universal design that challenges the status quo is the participatory element. Mm-hmm. So bringing marginalized communities into leadership and power positions within an organization to reinvent, redesign that company and the company's products and services.
It seems like we need to universally design our mindsets as a whole. It's about it's about thinking from the start and having everybody on board when we design everything. And we have also learned that because we are at a disability advocacy and conference and where we share a lot of innovation. But I think, and I want to see if you agree, is that we ask for accessibility and inclusion because this is what we talk in our everyday life. But I think we should agree and increase awareness also that this is beneficial for everybody. I mean, maybe it starts because of this community's needs, but then we have seen many times, like in this pandemic, with the ICT solutions and with the need to connect virtually, that many of the technologies, as it was said here, many of the technologies started because of the needs of the community of disabled people, are benefiting the whole society.
Absolutely. One of my favorite ways of thinking about universal design is necessary for some, good for everyone. And one of my students once quoted to me, and I've used this ever since she said it because I think it's just an inspired way of thinking about it. We work a lot with what's called user-centered design. Mm-hmm. And all that means is basically stop thinking about technology or our systems or products with like this siloed mindset where we're just, kind of hacking away in a cubicle and then releasing it to the public, but actually bringing users into that process. Well, she said that user-centered design is only as good as the user that you put at the center of that design. And so I'll expand on that. If I put myself into the center of that design, all we're going to get is more products and services that work for people like
yes,
me. If we put someone who is at the most marginalized end of society, the most excluded, into the center of that design process, you're going to find that those products, those services, your company, your business model will start working and start being able to be marketed towards the greatest number of people.
But also not only putting in the center, but also co-designing together with the user, right?
Absolutely. We'll go back to the participation thing.
Yeah.
Co-designing and giving space so that they can lead the process. Giving up control, giving up power, and decentering the people who have always traditionally occupied positions of power so that those individuals who have not enjoyed those same privileges and opportunities can be centered and take it forward.
Any advice for any person with disabilities hearing us now on like very strategic advice there on how they could mitigate all the difficulties in finding a job or putting themselves out there in the job market, related always to what we are talking?
I think there's two things that come to mind. Number one, there's power in numbers. So align yourself with your local disabled people's organization, your local disability rights organization, so that you can have the opportunity to work with them to champion the issues that matter. I think that kind of opportunity can really change the game. And the other thing that I would say is the work that we're doing here requires a lot of patience and discipline and persistence. And so be kind to yourself, be patient and understanding. This is not something that we're going to necessarily achieve in my lifetime or even in 3 generations from now. It's slow progress, but it's a very, very important progress that we're making. I like to tell my students that 250 million years ago, dinosaurs roamed the earth. A few hundred years ago, we got human rights. So we've made some progress. And that's not to say that we shouldn't be challenging the status quo. It's only saying that we should be patient with ourselves.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're doing, and because you're having so great focus not only on inclusion and for people with disabilities, but I know that you are also focused on women leaders and gender-based issues. We have our friend Petra here that has been trying, and I think not only trying, but done a great job, and she will explain how she was able to put in this sketch the whole of our discussion.
I love it.
Thank you.
Decentering power was the topic, and I drew power as a crown that you have on your head, and the symbol would be to take the crown and hand it over to other people. That's the sketch I came up with. How do we do that? We elevate the voices of the people. We give opportunities to people who did not have opportunities so far, so we spread out opportunities. Of course, we also foster innovation in all types, also in the technological part, of course, but also social innovation. And the basis is the people who are experts in their own lives. So they bring their life experience, and I drew some gemstones here. So they bring like their values into things like what we're talking about, universal design, meaning not only is a building accessible for everyone, but really taking the whole universe into your head, center the design process around the people, co-design, and make sure people can participate, and trust the process. Don't be scared and be patient. That would be the last point. I hope I got it right.
It's absolutely brilliant. I think I need you to come in and do a guest lecture for my students because you nailed it.
That's a really good opportunity and a very kind offer. Thank you very much, Petra. I think we will do a group picture together to have that as a beautiful memory. Dr. Anthony Giannoumis, thank you very much for joining and hope to see you every time in the Zero conferences.
It was an absolute honor.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Fireside Chat. I'm Sabine Lomnik from the Mobile and Wireless Forum, and today I'm very happy to sit here with Evedian Hogawerth from the AAATE, the Association for the Advancement of Assistive Technology in Europe, which is a mouthful.
It's a mouthful.
Perfectly. So, Evedian, you're the Secretary General of this Association of Assistive Technology Experts. And as such, what are your first impressions of the Zero Project Conference?
Well, very positive. It's amazing to see all these experiences from all the world being brought here together. It confirms how accessibility and assistive technology are closely related fields. And it's also very good to see how much progress is made all through the world. We've increasingly also countries where that maybe are still sort of in starting up phase in the implementation of assistive technology services are actually present and can talk about their experiences. So it's a great moment, I think, for the field.
Is there something concrete that you take home as homework?
Well, I think that we should increasingly have that global focus, because sometimes we have the impression that maybe countries that have already developed assistive technology infrastructures, etc., have everything in place, and that's not always true. We can still learn from all those countries and all those organizations working across the globe that actually drive innovation and step into the field quite differently from what we did. I further would like to take home the perspective of the inclusion and how you can learn from experiences, and from that try to build up more, let's say, policy orientations. I think what is still missing very much is more appropriate policies to drive further this field.
Wonderful. Okay. So I heard that you're also organizing a big conference in July already, the ICCHB AAATE 2022 conference. So again, a very huge title. How will that conference be different? And for the people here attending the Zero Project, is that something that they would be interested in? Is that something that they should attend? And if yes, should they engage? How would that work?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Sabine. The conference is actually organized in July in Lecco in Italy. And for the first time, we organize our conference together with ICCHP, which is already an established conference on accessibility-related issues and assistive technology in Europe. So that will be a quite interesting experience. The AAAT conference so far has always been, let's say, more scientifically oriented, but that is rapidly changing over the last 4 or 5 editions of the conference. We have increasingly tried to bring in that more, let's say, multiple stakeholder perspective. So trying to bring on board also service providers, policymakers, companies, etc., because we believe that that dialogue, that effective outcomes in furthering the assistive technology agenda in Europe can only be based if if all stakeholders are on board and participate. So that is becoming something and sort of a characteristics of our conference, that you can meet really a lot of people from different fields. And that's a major difference with maybe the Zero Project conference. There's a very robust scientific part to it as well. So we expect more than 250 presentations from researchers all over the world, and so yeah, that is actually a good basis then to further discuss.
So the conference is then entirely focused on academics, or if I'm an end user or an NGO and advocacy person, would I still be in the right place?
Yeah, you're definitely in the right place. It's as I tried to say, it's not only academics. We increasingly are experimenting different formats as well, like, for example, educational sessions that are more focusing on professionals in the field, policy sessions which are focusing more on, okay, how can we learn from the research and from the concrete experiences like the ones that we see here in Vienna in the Zero Project Conference, and turn that into policy recommendations. And you can meet companies. There's an innovation area where companies have the opportunities to showcase their prototypes and innovative products. An important buzzword in AAAT is innovation. And so that's also how we review submissions, for example. We really wanted that people get a state-of-the-art overview of the field when they come to the conference.
Wonderful. Then going forward, where do you see the touch points, the most pertinent touch points between the Zero Project and AAATE, and then also going forward between the conferences? Where do you see the most fruitful ways for collaboration?
Well, it's not the first time that we're here, and I have to say that interaction between looking into experiences coming from all over the world and to translate it into new research topics, new policy topics, new training, new proposals for training, responding to training needs. All that is actually happening in a transition from what we have here and what we can offer in the AAAT conference. So, and we increasingly have global players on board as well. AAAT is one of the founding members of the GATO association, which we will talk about in the next session. So that's the Global Alliance of Assistive Technology Organizations, because we really feel that we have to make that collaboration with all our sister organizations across the world to be able to drive the agenda forward.
Excellent. Now, talking to all the Zero Project audience, how can they engage with AAAT? How can they support the association to fulfill the mission, to get engaged, to tap into the potential of AAATE?
So AAAT is a membership organization. You can first of all become a member, either as an individual or as an institute. We have more than over 40 institutional members. Of course, it's logical that you live or work in Europe, but it's not a requirement. We have members all across the world. And our mission is very much inspired by the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. And that is our approach to assistive technology as well. So if you share that idea, if you share those ideas and that approach, then you can take part in our activities. And of course, the main activity is still the conference. That's the place where all AAAT members meet and work together. But we also do projects. We participate in European projects. You can invite AAAT to become a member of your consortium in case you are thinking about developing projects. So yeah, and the perspective is also quite broad. It's not just about assistive technology in the traditional, let's say, in meaning of the word. We also address accessibility, design for all, more recent ambient assisted living technology, smart home technologies, and more recently also technology in digital healthcare, person-centered technologies in digital healthcare, and all that is represented in the conference. So actually it's a very nice way of getting updated in 3 days, 4 days time, because there's a pre-conference program as well. And that's the reason why most people come back after 2 years, because it just gives them that opportunity to be in touch with the advancements of AT in the world.
Wonderful, thank you very much. So one last key message to the Zero Project audience. What would you like them to do right after this conference? Get in touch or consult a certain document, or how can they help?
You can go to the website, ICCHP AAAT.org, and the call for papers or abstracts is still open until the 3rd of March. Afterwards, we start to flesh out the program related to the educational sessions and policy sessions, project meetings. So you can use that opportunity. There's a great campus with a lot of facilities in Lecco. all that can be submitted later as well. So just get in touch with us and we'll find the right format for you to participate.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Evedian. Hello and welcome to our Fireside chat with Luc de Witte, and we're talking about GATO today. My name is Sabine Lobnik, and I have prepared a lot of interesting questions about this new association, starting with its name. So the short form is GATO, and it stands for?
Yeah, I'm very sorry for that. It's a long name. It's the Global Alliance of Assistive Technology Organizations.
Wow, that is a long name. So what is hidden behind it? And I tie that already to the tricky question, why another association? What is the impetus behind it? Why do we need yet another organization?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I had some sleepless night about that. There are, of course, many organizations. GATO is an umbrella of existing organizations, like the AAATE in Europe, like RESNA in the United States, RESCO in Korea, assistive technology organizations who already collaborate for some time, but we have now said, well, there are so many global issues that where exchange of knowledge and working together is important to really solve them. And we need a kind of umbrella. That's what we are.
You mentioned so many global challenges. Can you tell us 2, 3 of those that we get a notion of which direction the association goes into?
Well, the direction is not so easy to talk about because we're trying to find out, of course. But if you look at what's happening at this conference, you see where the global challenges are. There is, on the one hand, there is a fantastic potential of technology. You see so many brilliant innovations here. But on the other hand, we know that many people, most people in the world, have no access to all these innovations. That is the main challenge. And that is something that all our member organizations try to improve in their own region or country where they are active. Our mission is to create a world where everyone who needs it has access to assistive technology solutions. But it's not so easy. And that's the global challenge that connects us all.
And how did you come up with the idea of creating GATO? Because I know you are past president of AAATE, but usually, well, we have already lots of associations. How did the idea come up now to create a new one?
It is not really now. We have established the formal organization recently, a year and a half ago. But there was, of course, a longer existing collaboration between the member organizations, between some of the member organizations. We informed each other about our conferences. We invited presidents in all directions. But there was not a real shared action. And that's what we want to change. And the reason is, of course, that the attention for this field has grown enormously, pushed by the GATE initiative of WHO. But also by this resolution of the WHO that says assistive technology is a human right for everyone. So that made it stronger and more important to do something about it. And it became more and more clear that this global collaboration is really essential to tackle these major problems. And that is just growing inside. It's not new, but now we realize, well, we have to do something.
And today, GATO really covers the whole world. You have associations from all world regions?
Unfortunately, not the whole world, for 2 reasons. In some parts of the world, there are no established organizations like AAATE in Europe. We are trying to help those organizations to create themselves, to establish themselves. So there are ongoing talks with some African institutions to create an African association. In Latin America, we try to do that. So that's one side, that we don't cover those parts of the world yet. And the other missing part is basically China and Russia. So let's say there are some similar organizations in mainly China and some other Asian countries. We're trying to connect, but it is not so easy to connect that in the same organization. Okay. But that is definitely something we want.
Yes. All right. So beyond the rallying of the associations, in this 1 year and a half the GATO already existed, I think you already launched several, or at least one really big initiative, this global consultation.
Yeah, well, we have done a few things. One is that we try to organize international sessions, global sessions, in the existing conferences. For example, the Triple 80 conference, we organized a session together with RESNA. Well, we try to plug in international components into the existing conferences, but that's the easy part. Recently, we took an initiative to collect the challenges in the field of outcome and impact measurement of assistive technology. And that led to really a global process with regional consultations in different parts of the world. I think a bit more than 300 people have participated in that process. And last week at the Global Disability Summit, we have had a session where we presented part of the results and are now creating a list of priority issues. And it's a very good example, because what we saw is that the problems we face when it comes to outcome and impact measurement are basically the same all over the world. And that's an interesting thing that happened during that session at the Global Disability Summit. People suddenly realized, wow, I thought I was struggling with this alone, but my colleagues in New Zealand have exactly the same problem. Well, challenge, of course, is now to take the next step and do something with that and translate it into action and policy. But there's a good example of what we try to do.
I was in the session, and I was really interesting to see also the reactions of the people in the chat of what they were surprised by and what was evident to them, and where you have the differences and where you have the common points. So you mentioned that now, out of the many, many issues that were presented, you create a priority list. And what happens then with that priority list?
Well, that's part of the search. We try to bring that, of course, to the attention of the wider public. So we will, again, at the AAATE ICCHP conference, we will have a session where we present this and discuss it with the audience. We will do the same at other conferences to influence the international agenda. We are not going to make an outcome assessment tool. That's for others to do. But we try to influence the global agenda. And it will find its way. I hope that people just pick these results and run away with them and do whatever they think is good to change it.
Perfect. So once you have concluded that consultation and the list of priorities, and you have managed to deposit that with the policymakers that should hear it, what comes next? What comes next for GATO? What are the next initiatives? What is your vision for the next 3 years, for example? Where is the association headed?
Well, we have to identify the really global issues that where it's evident that 1 + 1 becomes 3 if you work together. These issues that cannot be solved by AAATE or RESNA or RESCO or RESHA alone. One of these topics is clearly the quality of service delivery related to assistive technology. So we know that worldwide it is an extremely fragmented field with very different procedures. So we think it's important to develop some global quality criteria, guidelines, standards, if you wish, about what are the minimal criteria for good service delivery. That's one of the topics we have developed a proposal for, and we're now looking at, can we bring that further? That's one of the next examples. There's also similar topics when you think about education and the role of technology in education. That's also really an international issue. But we have to be careful that we don't take over the roles. We don't take over the role of our member organizations, because if there are topics that, for example, ISPO can do, let them do it. We should not compete with our member organizations. Only pick up these topics that are really shared.
Right, I think that is one of the challenges of this particular construction, that you are an association of associations, right?
Yeah, that's definitely a challenge. And we have to find out.
But in setting up GATO, in creating it, how do you actually go about rallying the associations?
Just by talking, by doing things like this, being around, making connections. That's what we do.
Wonderful. And then talking about being around, how could the members or the audience of the Zero Project Conference, when they hear about assistive technology, because, and there's also many, many people coming from specifically the countries you mentioned and the world regions that need this connection. How can they connect with GATO?
Not directly. GATO is, as I said, an association of associations, but they can, of course, become member of the underlying organizations and through that channel connect to these global issues. And of course, when we organize sessions around conferences or specific initiatives, people can join. But the most important channel is through the member organizations of GATO, because that's where the real thing happens.
Okay, and then if we move a little bit on the higher level for the Zero Project team and the Zero Project conference, how do you see the collaboration going forward? Is there something that you could add to the Zero Project conference, or that vice versa the Zero Project could do to support the work of the GATO in the coming years?
I think we can mutually benefit from each other and support each other, absolutely. What I see here is a fantastic network of innovators, of people doing great things, which is exactly in the field that we are looking at. We have a network of experts, of professionals. We have links to many, many research groups in universities. So we could, I think, look for using those networks mutually. And I don't know how that exactly looks in a few years, but I think there are many opportunities, and we just have to explore.
Perfect. So then when you have, if you have a question, oh no, sorry, not a question, but a message. We have many policymakers also in the audience. What should they take home with them? What would be the homework you give them?
Oh, listen carefully to what's happening, and use the existing knowledge. That's a bit of a personal frustration. In this field, we have seen some other organizations coming up, trying to invent the wheel again. And we already have so many wheels. We use these networks that exist. I think that's an important message.
Wonderful. And then I would switch back to your personal experience of the Zero Project Conference. We are only 1 day and a half in, so at midterm, I would say. What struck you so far? Was it just that you say, okay, great, finally we can connect again? Or was there something standing out where you said, oh yes, that's one of the points that dropped off the agenda over the past weeks and it's good that it's back up?
Well, what I like most is hearing all these fantastic innovative ideas, all these initiatives that are presented from all over the world with some really exciting, new things.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I like most.
And what is the homework you take home with from the conference?
Try to connect those, and I'm personally in the lucky situation that I just started a new job and have the opportunity to build a research group in a new university. And I took a lot home for that, but that is my personal mission here.
That's wonderful, Luc. Then thank you very much for presenting to us the new association, and I'm looking forward to reading and hearing a lot about GATO in the future.
I hope so too. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Fireside chat of the Zero Project Conference on the European Accessibility Act. We're going to have some 30 minutes of our time in this Zero Project Conference session, where we're having two great guests to talk to. One is Immaculada Plasencia Borrero from the European Union, from the European Commission, who is, I don't think she likes the term, but she's somehow not maybe the mother, but the godmother of the European Accessibility Act. So welcome here, Immaculada, for joining us. And our in-person guest here is a good and dear old friend from former times. He worked for the W3C, so he's a really expert on web accessibility. So sorry, I have to concentrate. We had some technical issues before. So we have Shadi Abu Sarah. So I tended to mix this up, so sorry for that. So welcome, Shari. So we're going to have Shadi, we're having to have an engaged discussion on the European Accessibility Act. We will start with Immaculada giving us the background, the development, where we are in the progress of implementing the European Accessibility Act in the European Union, and then we'll follow up with Shadi giving us the Amazon.com perspective. So Shadi, to complete his introduction in the right way, is working for Amazon.com. He will give us a closer description of his job there in a few seconds. So Shadi will give us the Amazon.com perspective on how the Amazon.com is seeing the process and how this works together, and then we hopefully have some joint discussion in the third part of this session, and we will close the session with Petra, our graphic facilitator, who will wrap up and summarize everything in pictures. So let's start this. Immaculada, could you start us with giving us the background? The European Accessibility Act is in place since 2019. Where we are right now? What happened since 2019?
Okay, so thanks very much for the question and the opportunity of sharing with you the work that we are doing on the European Accessibility Act. As this event is broadcasted all around the world, let me just dedicate a couple of words to what is the Accessibility Act, because we are so embedded in its work that we need to realize that there's many people around the world that might not know what it is, the Accessibility Act. So the European Accessibility Act is a piece of legislation, it's a legislative act that requires two main things. One, that products and services, certain products and certain services are placed in the European market when they are accessible. Only accessible products from a certain date, that is June 2025, will be set in the market when they are accessible. The second thing that the Act does is to link the accessibility requirements that we have for those list of products and services, which are mainly, they have a very strong ICT component. We're talking about computers, telephones, we're talking about TVs, we're talking about e-books, e-readers, but we are talking also about services, information services related to transport. We're talking about the banking and electronic communications, audiovisual media. So that gives you an idea. So what we are doing is, in this second perspective, is to take the requirements, the accessibility requirements that we place or that we demand for those products and services, and we use them also in the context of public procurement, making them compulsory for those products and services, but using those requirements for other products and services, for example, in relation to the user interface or to the provision of information on services, to get reassurance for manufacturers and service providers and procurers that they are fulfilling the obligation of buying accessible or delivering accessible. So those two things. So that is what the Act basically does. The Act was adopted, formally adopted by the three legislators in the European Union by 2019. And since then, what we have been doing is working together first with the member states in order to take that European legislation and transpose it, as we say, or make it national law. This type of European legislation need to be translated into national legislation. Member states have got until 28th of June this year to do that exercise. So from 28th June, they would need to have national legislation that transposes the Accessibility Act. And then we will start with the next step in the process, which is working also with economic operators, procurers, to the implementation, to support the implementation of the Act. That needs to be ready because the Act will apply from 28th of June 2025. From that date, these products that I mentioned will only be placed in the European market when they comply with the accessibility of requirements of the Act. So what we are doing to support this implementation process is diverse. On one hand, we are preparing some standardization measures, standardization requests to the European Standardization Organization so that they develop European harmonized standards that contain more technical detail on how to implement the functional accessibility requirements of the directive. We are also working and will be working on a new initiative that was announced in our very recently adopted strategy for the rights of persons with disabilities, is the creation of a resource center, a European resource center to support the implementation of accessibility. So I think this is provides you an overview of where we are at this moment in the work related to the Accessibility Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Immaculada. I would like to drill down a little before bringing in Shadi in this discussion. There are, I think, some key terms that the audience needs to understand to fully see how this is going to work. So I think one of the key elements is the procurement. So there are processes there that the public procurement system only allows accessible products and services to be bought. And so this is one cornerstone. So maybe you elaborate a little on this process. And the other one is, what is accessibility? How is that defined?
Okay, so before the European Accessibility Act was adopted, we have other legislation in Europe that regulates public procurement. These are also several directives. Those directives already require to buy accessible. The way in which it's formulated is that in the tenders specifications, so in the call for tenders, accessibility must be taken on board. But it also allows to use accessibility as a criteria in the award of the tenders. So the tender procedure is first you describe what you want to buy and the characteristics of what you want to buy. And I'm doing it very unorthodox in this description. And one of those features, characteristics of what you want to buy is accessibility. Then among those bids that fulfill those requirements, you have to select which one you take. And there you may say, I'm going to give extra points to those that are most accessible. So this is the European public procurement legislation. Now, that legislation does not say what accessibility is. It just say, basically buy accessible. And here is where there is a link with the European Accessibility Act that contains an annex with accessibility requirements for the products and services in the Act. And what the Act says is basically for those products and services in procurement, you must use these requirements. You must. It is compulsory. Now, it goes further and says for other products and services, you can use those requirements for the elements or functions covered in the Accessibility Act. And then you get presumption of compliance with the accessibility obligation, but only for the elements that are covered on the Act. I will provide you an example. The Accessibility Act focuses, for example, in the area of transport, on the provision of information, on the websites, on the self-service terminals that are used to checking or ticketing machines. But it does not cover vehicles. Why is that? Because there are other pieces of EU legislation that covers vehicles, or there are even international provisions. So when you are going to buy, let's say, a transport service, for the part that is covered by the Accessibility Act, there you can use the requirements of in Annex 1 of the directive. But this does not take away that you need to complete that with other elements, like in the case that I mentioned, you can use the Accessibility Act for the website, for the provision of information, for the ticketing machines. Yet you will have to specify separately, or I mean, in the same document, but with other requirements, how that vehicles will have to be accessible. I hope that these examples clarifies how the Accessibility Act interacts with public procurement.
Thanks a lot, Ima. So now over to you, Shadi. So let's start with giving the audience a brief background on yourself and your new role within Amazon.com.
Thank you, Michael. I thought I turned it on. It's not on. Sorry. Okay. The button wasn't fully pressed. Thank you, Michael. So yes, thank you for that introduction. Yeah, my name is Shadi Abuzara. I joined Amazon fairly recently in October, but I've been working in the field of digital accessibility for over 2 decades now, and the last 18 plus years for the World Wide Web Consortium on web accessibility more specifically. At Amazon, I work on, well, how could it be different, on accessibility standards and policies. So I'm really focusing here quite a lot on how to integrate accessibility, the way that Amazon approaches accessibility more generally with the existing standards and standards that are yet to be developed that are urgently needed as technology evolves.
Shadi, before we go into this discussion that's directly related to the European Accessibility Act, I think what's needed as a background is how does Amazon.com in general approach accessibility? What's the policy behind this? What rules? I think arguably you're the biggest addressee of the European Accessibility Act with this broad range of services, thinking of Amazon Prime Video and products, and I think there's more to come as far as I understand Amazon. So what is the general policy of Amazon.com when it comes to accessibility?
Yeah, great question. So Amazon really works by principles that are provided that are followed in all decision making. It was for me really interesting to see when I came on board that really at meetings decisions are taken based on these principles, and one of the leading principles is customer obsession. What does that really mean? It means focusing on the user and working backwards from there. It's really driven by the user experience, and that I think is such a close fit with accessibility. For years and years in accessibility, we've been saying we need to follow a user-centered approach to accessibility. It's not about ticking check boxes. It's not about pleasing the standard, so to say. It's about pleasing the user. And so I think this mindset is really essential, really central to accessibility, and how it enables us to apply accessibility across the whole range of products and services. I think We're talking here about TVs. Amazon just announced selling 150 million TV devices. These are all with rich suite of accessibility features, like the built-in voice view, screen reader, enlargeable text, and many more. So this is just one example. The Echo devices, robots, all sorts of products and services that are available. And so, trying to address accessibility on such a large scale is not a matter of following a set procedure as such. There's a certain amount of experimentation that needs to happen. There's a certain amount of autonomy that the different groups need to have depending on the products and services that they're providing.
Just a second, maybe quite brief question, or the question is longer, but maybe the answer. But is Amazon.com having a kind of global policy with maybe minimum requirements, and then each country implements them and applies local regulations, or how's the general policy of Amazon on accessibility?
Well, generally, just given the scope and the scale of the work, it's not really feasible to look at, quite frankly, country by country. The ultimate goal is to develop products that are universally provide an excellent customer experience, a delightful customer experience, right? And so we're looking at trying to achieve the highest standard rather than what's the minimum in each place to achieve. It's a tall order. But this is, what we're driving towards. This is what we want to achieve in terms of providing accessibility to the highest standard, which is another principle of Amazon.
Okay, then let's move closer to the EAA again. So what's Amazon relationship? What is Amazon specifically doing towards the EAA?
Yeah, so as we heard, the EAA is being rolled out right now. As we were hearing from Ima, is that the member states right now are implementing the EU directive into their national law. That's a very important step that we're looking here. One of the things that we're looking at very closely is will countries, sometimes it does happen that in transposing directives there are maybe sometimes changes between one country and the other. So this is something that could create some sort of fragmentation, which hopefully will not happen, because that's the aim of the directive, is to have more harmonization in Europe. And then there's a very important phase right now that we're entering, which Ima also mentioned, the standardization phase. So as a standards person and with my standards background, I'm going to be participating. I'm already participating in the development of at W3C of the web content accessibility guidelines. These standards continually evolving. But there are many more standards that we're expecting here for the European Accessibility Act to really elaborate on the requirements that are in the directive that Ima was talking about. So there are these functional requirements in the annex of the EAA, but these will be detailed out with very specific technical standards that are yet to be developed, some of them. So I'm very excited about this next upcoming phase where we really get into the nitty-gritty of this technical requirements and standards development.
So it seems to be these standards, or to be developed standards, are some of the key of getting real change on the ground. So maybe Immaculada, give us maybe as good as is possible at this time a description of what kind of standards or new standards are we looking at? What are the features so that they really do this, what we need them to do?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the European legal system allows the use of standards to provide presumption of conformity, meaning economic operators have to comply with the law, but the law says we will develop standards that if you comply technically with those standards, then we will presume that you are fulfilling the obligations in the law. Okay? There is a whole legal process behind it, initiated at the European Commission. We have to issue what we call a standardization mandate or a standardization request to the European standardization organizations to develop those standards. Of course, we will not start from scratch because we have invested the last years into the development of standards that would support our policies, because we did not have yet really, well, we had the web directive at a certain moment, the web accessibility directive, but we did not have the Accessibility Act yet working. Nevertheless, we started a long time ago developing standards, and we have a standard that resulted from a mandate many years ago of the European Commission. This is a standard in the area of ICT accessibility. We have another standard that is in the area of the built environment, and another standard that is in the area of design for all, that says basically what an organization needs to do following the principles of design for all or universal design in order to ensure that the outcome, whether it is a product or a service that they are delivering, would be accessible. So what is in the pipeline now? In the pipeline now is the update, the revision of those 3 standards to make sure that their quality, their level of accessibility, their content is sufficient to provide this presumption of conformity with EU law, so that they address, for example, all the requirements in our Annex 1 that contains the accessibility requirements, that they are of high quality. And so that's one strand of our standardization work. The second strand, complementing this revision of those 3 standards, is the development of new standards. One of them will deal with non-digital information, how to provide accessible non-digital information that the directive requires. The other one relates to emergency communication. The directive requires that persons with disabilities would be able to use in accessible ways the European emergency number 112, and that it puts obligations on the economic operators, so for example, telecom operators, to make it possible that you make a phone call. It puts obligations on the telephone manufacturer, so that really the telephone is accessible and you can really call 112. But it also puts obligations on the public authorities, those that have what we call the PSAPs, those who pick up the phone when you call 112, so that they answer in an accessible way and using the same modes of communication that you used for calling in. So if you use text, they would respond in text. If you use video, they would respond in video. Mixing the 3 of them, you could have a total conversation. And there we also need a standard. So these are what is in the pipeline in relation to standardization. What is changing from previous work is that now we have a reference to which those standards need to comply to. They need to deliver up to the levels of the directive. We had the same, by the way, process with the Web Accessibility Directive. Now, as the European Accessibility Act addresses areas in the digital domain covered by electronic communications, but also the web, what we are doing with this standardization mandate is to make sure that, for the purpose of harmonization, the standard that would come out would be also usable for the other pieces of legislation, the Web Accessibility Directive, the electronic communications, but also public procurement, that you could refer to those standards in public procurement. So it's an exciting process because we will develop a corpus of standards that would really provide a baseline for further describing in more technical details the requirements of accessibility in Europe.
Thank you so much, Ima. I think you clarified a lot of details, and I think we get now a common understanding how this will work in the future. I just got one very brief clarifying question before I hand over to you, Shadi. What is a non-digital information? Is this the new word for a book or a phone call, or what is that?
Well, it's information that you provide, for example, accompanying a service, how a service works. It's information on how a product needs to be installed. It's information about the two things, the functioning of a product or a service in accessible formats, and it is information about the accessibility characteristics of those. It is not a book, it is not because we are not legislating on books. The Accessibility Act contains obligations for electronic books, but those are defined, they have a definition of what type of, let's say, documents or electronic files would be considered as an electronic book. And in this European legislation, the provision of an electronic book is a service, so they have some obligations. But this non-digital information is, okay, you get some information, for example, in paper, how do you make it accessible? This is part of the work. It's also about your customer services. The directive, for example, says that when it does not oblige to have customer services, but when the service providers have got some customer services, then there are some requirements there to make them accessible or to interact with them in an accessible modes of communication, for example. So all these is what we mean by the non-digital, not necessarily digital information, because the digital information will also have to be accessible, but it is to complement, so to avoid that they say, okay, but this information we provide in paper, so we don't need to make it accessible. No, we will have standards that says how that non-digital information would be considered to be accessible.
Thank you. So over to you, Shadi. I think standardization is very important for a global company because you can get lost in different kind of standardizations. So what's your approach on that? And the last round would be if you want to comment on each other's remarks. This would conclude the session, and then we hand over to the graphic facilitation. So Shadi, what's your approach on standards?
Maybe it is a bit of a comment on the standardization aspect here, and you know, just looking at this from a global business perspective, in terms of one of the things of the harmonization work that has happened in developing the European standard, and I think even at one of the previous Zero Project conferences, this was awarded. EMA, the European Commission and the US Access Board for the work here on harmonizing the requirements to a global business. This is really important. We are seeing the European standard. It's called EN 301549. I did say I'm a standards person, right? So, so this standard is being used in India. In Kenya, we're hearing, you know, in many countries around the world beyond Europe. So, you know, the impact here is important. This harmonization, as you were saying, Michael, you know, it's not feasible for us to go country by country. And I think one of the things that the Web Accessibility Directive and the standardization work that had happened in that context led to a lot of harmonization. I recall when in Europe we had different versions of web accessibility standards and kind of harmonizing that, but not only just internally in Europe, but looking across the pond to the US and you know, even broader internationally. Australia is maybe a country to mention that is also using, I think there's a version of the EN 301549 that is Australian standard as well. So this kind of, this is an important aspect for accessibility as well. Having common standards accelerates the implementation of accessibility features and gets accessibility more quickly to the people who need it. So, it is from a business perspective about feasibility and being able to address things, but it's also from the user side, which is really important to us, a benefit to have here common standards.
Okay, so we're coming to the end of this wonderful session. Immaculada, from your side, any closing comments, any wish lists from Amazon, any how you want to, anything that comes to your mind, and then Shadi, what to you then?
She has my email.
Yes, well, we have been working together, Shadi, for many, many years in the W3C Way initiative, and we will continue to work in the standardization process. My wish list is really that now we are entering the phase of implementation, and there we need to work together to develop the standards. It's an invitation to participate in this process. It is really essential that all those affected by the standards, including, of course, organizations of persons with disabilities, including industry, but also including public authorities, procurers, for example, participate in the process. It's really a call for participation. It's a call for collective intelligence to be brought into this process, because the repercussion, the impact that the standards will have are really very, very important. The other plea is about competencies, because we need to have people that have the skills, the capacity, the knowledge, the experience to implement accessibility. And there we really need to invest, and to invest in training, in education, also provides, all this process will provide, and this is where I think my dream is that it will result on more jobs also for persons with disabilities. I think we can start talking about, let's hope, about the accessibility jobs, in which companies would be contracting people to implement accessibility. We will need to have more jobs in order to make sure that accessibility is there. Also, the monitoring, the market surveillances. We need more competencies, and I hope this will bring really job opportunities also for persons with disabilities. So this is a little bit where we are and where we hope to be there. And at the end, the ultimate wish is that the products and the services serve the needs of the people. So and including, of course, persons with disabilities. So let's hope that we see that happening.
Thank you so much, Ima. Thank you also, Shadi, for this great conversation. I think you really achieved to understand what this is about, and the change that will hopefully come for all us in starting in 2025. And now over to you, Petra, and let's look how you saw this discussion and what your takeaways were.
Yes, we started out with a quick explanation about the European Disability Act that was started in 2019, and it's all about creating an act within the European Union to make sure that products and services and all the information relating to products and services are accessible. The next step is to bring that into national law. So by June this year, every European country should bring this act into their national law, and then within the next 3 years all the standards should be in place. We talked a lot about standards. Taking an example, a very important example, procurement, meaning the government goes shopping, and if they go shopping they have to make sure that they follow a list of obligatory features for accessibility. And then we went over to Amazon and heard, okay, how's Amazon actually doing this? And we heard from Sadi that he said, well, rather than just following a checklist, Amazon always had and still has this idea and this hope that at the end, the ultimate goal is to have an accessible product and services. So they integrate the users into the development process. So from the idea to the product, the users are integrated, and that means also people looking out for accessibility. We heard what's in the pipeline from looking again at the European side. The quality of the standards, the quality of the whole process is being looked at, and also new standards will be in place. I heard something about the emergency number. Not only the number has to be accessible, but the person has to be trained, and all these things have to go into the renewing of something that is already now in place. And I hope I didn't miss the most important things. Last that you said was maybe there will be more job opportunities for people with disabilities coming along with this standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Great as always. And this concludes this fireside chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher, and I'm here this afternoon physically with Jennifer Mizrahi of the Respectability, amongst other things, initiatives. So, Jennifer, welcome. Really good to have you next to me. What I would love is if you could tell us a little bit about yourself and the Respectability Project first, and then we can dive in on our discussion.
Fabulous. I am so thrilled to be at the Zero conference here at the United Nations. Respectability is a nonprofit organization that is led by people with disabilities. I myself am dyslexic and have ADHD, but most of our team are people who are self-advocates with disabilities, and we're fighting stigmas and advancing opportunities for people with disabilities. That's primarily working with Hollywood on different films and productions to really change the narrative around people with disabilities, working to find the policies and practices that are really successful and get them replicated, and then, of course, advancing opportunities for self-advocates themselves so the disability movement and so many other movements can be led by talented people with disabilities.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Jennifer. Well, as most of you will know, both virtually and those in person here, we are a large variety of both cultures and countries here. And I just wondered, working as you do you think that there are, as it were, archetypal rules and tips that you think would work to help people with disabilities everywhere?
Absolutely. I think one of the main problems or challenges in the disability movement is that we're frequently doing things right, but we're not necessarily doing the right things. That we have to ask ourselves what's really going to move the needle. And high expectations and changing the conversation about what people with disabilities can do and how we can contribute to making the world a better place is core critical. So number one, no matter what country or culture you're in, fighting the stigmas and low expectations. The second thing is no matter where you are, no matter what your disability is, there's push through the barriers and to succeed. So find those things that work. Don't necessarily reinvent the world, the rule. Just try and replicate what works best and learn from others as we're doing here at this conference at the United Nations. And of course, proximity of being with people with disabilities, it lets you know the actual challenges and the solutions that really work. So listening to the real experience of people with disabilities themselves, putting those people at the forefront of the movement is core critical.
Great. Thank you very much indeed for those wise words. You're enviable. You've started a number of successful non-profits, raised millions of dollars, and managed really to get a lot of things changed. How can other people do the same?
I think one of the problems that the disability movement has is that we rely on pity. Oh, look how terrible the situation is for us. Give us a hand out. We really need to change the conversation. People want to see that it's a hand up that we want, not only so we can lift ourselves out of poverty through education, skills, and employment, but so that we can bring our talents to help make the world a better place. Look at Greta Thunberg, who has autism at the forefront of the climate change movement. Look at Elon Musk, who is really working on battery technology and on so many different things with solar and other things. There's so many people with disabilities that are making the world a better place through innovation. It's changing the conversation, using smart strategies. That means specific, measurable, actionable, time limited, really smart strategies where we're holding ourselves accountable for progress. We have to stop complaining. We have to stop using the oppression Olympics while we show how pitiful our situation is, and we have to instead show what we can do to make the world a better place. And then people will put in their money, they will partner with us, and they will really lock arms to create a better future for everyone.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's really important, this whole issue of cooperation, collaboration, and sharing. One of my things is, why reinvent the wheel? There's probably someone out there who's trying to do it. And if you put the two of you together, or the three, or the four, it's going to be 8 times as strong. As we all know, there have been some major changes over these last couple of years, not only because of the pandemic, but also there have been some pretty big systemic changes in society, which have brought about some paradigm shifts. What do you think the main trends are now for you that are going to impact people with disabilities going forward? Not only positively, but also negatively, and in the latter instance, how can we address them?
Well, one of the biggest changes has been the move to remote work. It used to be that people with disabilities would say, hey, I'm blind and so it's hard for me to drive, but I could work very well from home, or I have epilepsy so I don't drive, or I have a mental health condition and I need to visit with my psychiatrist on a regular basis. Can I work from home? And the employers would say, no, how could people possibly work productively from home? And now with this new paradigm, because of the pandemic, so many people started to work from home. At the beginning of the pandemic in the United States, 1 million people with disabilities lost their jobs, 1 million. But all of those jobs, in terms of numbers, have now been regained. We now have the highest employment rate in the history of America for people with disabilities, and a lot of it is the combination of remote work and the dramatic breakthroughs in assistive technology, Google and Microsoft and the other companies that have brought us speech to text and text to speech and so many innovations. That is paradigm shifting, particularly for knowledge workers with disabilities who are getting those family sustaining jobs where they can really have a better future.
Great. Thanks so much. I'd like to pick up just on one thing there. Yes, the figures have gone up for employment, not least because of remote work. But I have seen over the years and discussed with a lot of people that one of the challenges is actually persons with disabilities being included in a physical workplace with other people so that everybody is working together. So would you say that there were kind of pros and cons of remote work? Yes, it's work, but there isn't that kind of camaraderie that would have existed as if it was in an office with suitable accommodations.
You bring a really important point up. There's been a lot of studies that show that one of the best ways to reduce stigmas is for people to actually go to school with or work with people with disabilities. One of the things that we've been doing at Respectability is to put people with disabilities on screen. So we've worked on over 300 different productions, working with Disney, working with Warner Media, Netflix, and others, because what we have found is that people spend more time watching entertainment media on screen today than at work in many cases. They spend on average in the United States 6 hours a day on screens. So if they see somebody in a TV series like Born This Way or Born for Business, or if they see a superhero in a Marvel movie, or they see a cartoon where animals are using sign language, it normalizes disability. So yes, the in-person work environment is important, but even the on-screen work environment can be very important, and we're working to get people with disabilities working inside Hollywood, primarily as screenwriters, as camera people, stagers, actors, every aspect, so you have authentic representation throughout.
Great. Thanks so much. And that's a challenge. We've looked at the positive aspects. Of these other paradigm shifts, where do you think we're going to see the greatest challenges going forward?
There's so many different challenges going forward. One of the biggest challenges is that people with non-visible disabilities still have so much shame or stigma around their disabilities that they're not self-disclosing. So somebody who might have a learning disability or mental health condition, if they're not coming public, then people don't see that they might need an accommodation. They're not asking for their accommodation from their human resources person. They're not letting people know what their situation situation is. But we've seen in sports some of the best athletes in the world talking about mental health, for example. Some of these positive role models are really making paradigm shifts in the conversation and making people feel more comfortable to be a part of the disability community.
Great. Thank you very much. And we've only got a few minutes left, but I'm going to ask you a very personal question, which is, of all the initiatives, projects you've put together, which do you, or of which are you most proud?
Absolutely. The most important thing I've been able to do is to create apprenticeship programs for diverse young people with disabilities. Because the next generation, people who got to go to an inclusive school, people who have high expectations from themselves, they're going to break barriers that are completely unprecedented. Particularly people with intersectional identities, people of color, people from the LGBTQ community, more women with disabilities. The future is these young leaders, and seeing how brave and bold and badass they are. I can't wait to see what they're going to bring for the future.
Great. Jennifer, with those absolutely stirring words, I would like to thank you enormously, personally, for the project and for everybody for joining me today. Thank you so much. And thank you for the listeners. Oh, except we do have something special. Please stay on the line.
All right. Very exciting NPO we heard about, respectability, and everything else you have brought to life. Respectability is a nonprofit organization based in the United States. And I drew Hollywood right on top because that's what came to my ears first. How do you change perspectives? How do you change pictures of people with disabilities in public? Well, you talk to the screenwriters and to directors to bring people with disabilities into movies. So they become role models for other people with disabilities and young, dynamic, badass leaders who will take over the world, hopefully soon. How do you do your work? You listen to the people with disabilities, make them part of the team. You also said we should stop complaining. Going out of this pity hole of I have a disability and please help me, into we are powerful, we are one world for everyone and we all belong together. You were also asked what were the changes within the last couple of years, not only due to the pandemic. And yes, the pandemic was a changing thing. First, everybody lost their jobs, but due to the fact that remote work is possible, people with disabilities came into jobs. Technology is changing. We have speech-to-text to speech technologies right now. And there's a big paradigm shift going on right now. Last but not least, one thing. We heard that we can reduce stigma, and that's like worldwide known, by contact. Now the question was, what if we don't have contact? Here again, we bring people to the screens, and so we bring people into contact, and that's how we can reduce stigma and make the world a better place. I think that was the word you were using. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I must apologize. It's just a matter of age that I forgot the icing on the wonderful cake. Thank you very much, and goodbye, everybody.
good morning, early afternoon to you. We are broadcasting here from the Zero Project conference. This is a fireside chat where we do interviews and small couch sessions, and it's a great honor to welcome Nick de la Hand from South Africa. Nick, good afternoon to you. How are you?
Hi, Wilfried. Good, thanks yourself.
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks. You participated already in the sign language session this morning, but we wanted to go deeper a little bit in the technology you've been developing recently. But why don't you start with a brief description of yourself, what you are, your background, and then we talk about the technology.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to the SL Foundation, the United Nations, the Zero Project team, yourself, and our viewers. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So I run a company called Widgetal in South Africa. We focus on disability empowerment, social innovation, and education, basically with the core belief that all business should impact and improve the human condition. We focus on that space, and we're all about assistive technology.
Nick, what is your target group? Which part of the population? Is it the educational? Is it the workforce? Is it organizations? Please tell us.
It's both the deaf community themselves and the workforce, as well as organizations. We are trying to bridge that gap between the two of them, creating a channel of communication that currently doesn't exist in South Africa.
And how do you reach these people? I mean, what's your modes of promotion? How do you get this? You work with DPOs, with government agencies. How is this done?
Exactly that. We work with DeafSA, which is South Africa's official deaf body, as well as government departments, and then we work with various deaf institutions as well, NPOs. There's numerous ones of them, and we also do research in the field as well. I think towards the end of 2020, we commissioned South Africa's first, and I know I think it's a global first as well, a study into the purchasing power of deaf South Africans. And it's a study we'd like to take global at some point, to find out where people are spending their time, which organizations they're engaging with most, and then where they're struggling to communicate and engage with those organizations as well. So content that is incredibly difficult to come by, and then the difficulty that these people experience in engaging with these organizations.
Nick, you are a former Zero Project awardee already. So tell us what has happened since you got the award.
Yes, that was in 2019 when I was awarded with Zero Project. Since then, we've come leaps and bounds. And I think it was always going to be a natural progression for my app, FingerTalk, which is the one that we spoke about in 2019 at Zero Project. There was always going to be an evolvement of this project into a translation tool. The first project was a dictionary of sorts, and it was one way focused at educating people on sign language, but nothing was ever serving as a translation tool for organizational content, making content available to people who are deaf in their terms, within their mother tongue. And that was always going to be the next logical step. And since my presentation at Zero Project in 2019, I've garnered so much interest in this within South Africa, as well as the international audience, members who were at Zero Project as well, who were interested in this type of product and what it could offer the world. So we've gone and built this entire platform, with a mobile app that does that translation. We've built the entire business model, and we've gone as far as simply just needing to roll it out. So now we're just looking at rollout partners, and we're looking at content producers that can join this platform so that we can roll this thing out to the public.
Nick, tell our audience a little bit about the technology, maybe in layman terms, because it's not everybody is an expert like you. Just what is WeSignIt about?
100%. So WeSignIt is a mobile application that translates corporate written or organizational written content into South African Sign Language currently. It will cater for all forms of sign language, in the coming months. We're targeting a Q3 international launch. But basically, what users do, they take a mobile device, they take the mobile app, they scan a QR code that accompanies a piece of content, like terms and conditions for a contract, or museum information, or any entertainment or labor law, or any type of information that they need to consume, and they will then be presented with a sign language translation of that content, basically then understanding what it is that they are consuming in their terms.
And the app is for free, or is it a subscription model? How does the business model work?
The app is 100% free, 100% free to its users. It's also, we're in talks currently with one of South Africa's largest telecoms providers to try and zero rate the usage of the app as well. In South Africa, data is very expensive. So what we're trying to do is make the app 100% free to those whose hands it is in, by even reducing or removing totally the cost of data usage for this app. The app itself will charge organizations to have their content made accessible and to host that content on the platform.
And how do you reach customers? What's your growth strategy?
So we are using various social platforms to reach the end user. So there's two types of customers. We have the organizational customers, and then we have the end user customer as well. The end users, we're using all deaf deaf community social pages, all those types of communication channels to reach and get the app into the hands of the masses. But on the organizational side, we're targeting government first, so all government departments, as well as state-owned enterprises, people who do science outreach, any form of research, really, that educational outreach, labor law, anything, basic conditions of employment, key health information. We're targeting those types of organizations first to try and get the key mass communication out there. And then from there, we are going to be targeting industry leaders in the insurance space, in banking, in telecoms, in retail, especially because retail is where we're finding a lot of our problems. In South Africa, deaf people take on unnecessary debt due to signing contracts that they don't understand. So definitely retail is one of our biggest targets. But right now we're starting with government and state-owned enterprises. And
Nick, how is the reception when you approach a government agency? I mean, they fall over backwards, or how does this work?
So unfortunately, South Africa isn't as mature when it comes to accessibility, the way that you are in Austria, for instance. So there's still a lot of learning that has to happen. We have to educate government. We have to educate organizations. The challenges we experience with government is how can they measure that return on investment in terms of the reach of that message. So the translation needs to be seen by users. And then on the private sector side, the challenge is, well, what is the financial return on investment, for taking up the service? If we pay you X amount of money, would it improve our bottom line? So we do have those types of challenges, but they are coming around, and we are in talks currently to do a big government rollout across multiple departments. So there is buy-in. It's just about an education curve as well.
And how big is your organization? Who does all these sales calls and personal interviews and conviction? How is this done?
So the business side is taken care of by myself. I also serve as the app developer, but I have a brilliant team that works with me. So I have people who are interpreters, I have content creators, I have the script writers, as well as the deaf signers that do the signing itself and the filming, and then we video edit that and place it onto the platform. So we have a great value chain of people who are able to jump in on any project as we go. But most of the sales currently happens by me. I'm hoping that as soon as we start, we start taking on some more business, that I could scale the team a bit more to start making those sales calls. As far as taking on international clients goes, there's not much we need to do other than hosting their content. So we're happy to take on international clients. It's the local clients where we would need to create their content that serves the biggest mission is to go and do those sales calls.
Nick, do you have a solid financial foundation, or how do you finance the whole enterprise?
So currently very much self-funded and grassroots funded. So I've received some brilliant funding from the Technology Innovation Agency in South Africa, part of their grassroots platform. So basically what they've done is they've sponsored me X amount to procure the equipment and to get the business going and to finish the app. And then I'm going into another round of funding now as well as this big government project, which is in collaboration with that technology company, technology agency. that they would basically help me fund that government rollout. And once that government rollout happens, we can start using that as a means to start attracting more sales, and ultimately then this entire business model should become self-sustainable.
Nick, who is your competition? Is there rivalry apps out there, or who is the immediate competition?
In South Africa, currently nothing. I have come across one or two global or international, I wouldn't say competitors, because I think we do service different markets, but there is a company called Signly in the UK that currently offers this. I think they offer it in the transport sector, as well as in Austria. I think there's a company called Signtime that does something similar but not quite the same. So I would love to collaborate with both these companies, because we all have the same objective, but we offer these services in different ways. And I feel that my platform could serve as the underpinning technology, and then these other companies could potentially have their content created and hosted on my platform.
Yeah, we can certainly facilitate the contact with Signtime. This was the gentleman chairing in the morning session, and we're more than happy to follow up on this one.
Thank you.
Is international growth also an immediate objective, or is it like a second or third step you would envision?
Probably, I would have to allow this thing to grow organically. So probably a second or third step. I have to prove value, I think, in South Africa first, or prove value internationally if there is international demand, and use that international demand to feed success in South Africa. I suppose it all just depends on where the most demand comes from. South Africa, as I've said, is not necessarily as mature as the rest of the world when it comes to accessibility, and driving that change here might be a lot more difficult than driving it internationally. So if there is international interest, then I would happily refocus and look at the international market. But we do have this project that we're busy working on at the moment, that we're currently negotiating, and if that comes off, then that would take up a large chunk of our time, and that would be a great project to then pilot the system with and test that market adoption.
Nick, Christmas is over since a while, but wish list, what would you wish for the future, connection-wise, money-wise, growth-wise?
That's a lovely question to ask. So yeah, I mean, immediate future, I would really look for some sort of funding to enable this thing to really run on its own without the need for me to go and have a job, for instance, to be able to focus on this 100% full time and give it everything I have, and then from there to start garnering that growth. So finding clients, finding rollout partners, endorsement partners. If I could get my hands on the right network, then there's nothing that stops us from going live. I mean, the application and the platform is there. It is 100% scalable as it is right now. I have a lovely roadmap that I would like to start enabling at some point, but I need to first get some business going and start getting the interest around this application. And once we have that, we can start seeing what the demand is, and then take it from there.
Nick, everything is driven by personnel, and IT resources are scarce all over the world. How do you find the right people?
So, networking. In South Africa, I've built lovely relationships with the right people, thank goodness. And I've used those relationships to secure my value chain within South Africa. As far as technology goes, luckily I come from a tech background, which really helps me in addressing the right need and architecting this entire platform the correct way, and then building it myself as well. So I'm not dependent on expensive developers to come in. At some point, I would like to be able to hand the development work over, but for now, I can keep it fairly cheap and do it myself. So right now we have everything we need. When it comes to networking in the international space, that's exactly what Zero Project is here for. And that's what I would hope for from a platform like this. There's so many people trying to achieve great things. I think if we all work together, we can achieve brilliant, brilliant things.
All right, Nick, our time is almost up. Thank you much for joining us twice this day. And please follow the Zero Project Conference. Thank you for watching. Please keep tuned to the Zero Project Conference. We are broadcasting live from the UN here in Vienna. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilfred. Goodbye, everyone.
Hello and good afternoon, live from the Zero Project Conference 2022 from the Vienna International Center. My name is Anna Königseder. I'm the business sector manager of the Zero Project team, and I'm very happy to welcome my guests from the Vienna Business Agency, Silvia Göttinger from the Technology Services. Silvia, nice to have you here today. And Tudo Genzel from the Startup Services. Hello, Tudo, nice to talk to you. I suggest we start with a short introduction of yourself and also of the activities of the Vienna Business Agency and the role you play in the business location in Vienna.
Hi everyone, I'm very happy to be here at the Vienna International Center. It's the first time for me to be here, so I really enjoy the time spent here. So who are we? I personally work for the startup services of the Vienna Business Agency. Who are we at and what do we do at the Vienna Business Agency? Let me just give you a brief introduction about us. The Vienna Business Agency takes care of the business location Vienna and its companies and startups here in Vienna. We have different services we provide to existing companies, but also startups who are interested in starting the journey here in Vienna. We have consulting services, we have financial support we can provide to promising projects, and we engage a lot in real estate and urban development projects. I am responsible for all our international activities within the startup services of the Vienna Business Agency, and I'm also the co-host of the Discover Vienna program.
Hi everyone, my name is Silvia from the Technology Services team in Vienna Business Agency. We have a small team with sustainable technologies focus, and I'm personally focusing on assistive technologies and social innovation. We connect people. This is the most important aspect of our team.
Thanks a lot. So the Zero Project and the Vienna Business Agency have joined forces and jointly organized the Discover Vienna Zero Barriers program. This means that 10 startups have been selected and they are spending 1 week in Vienna. And perhaps, Tudo, you can tell us a little bit more on the motivation for the Vienna Business Agency to host programs for international startups.
I mean, the main motivation behind Discover Vienna is definitely to bring more people with a global mindset to the ecosystem of Vienna, connect them with the local community here, and create some synergies. And as you can tell by the name, Discover Vienna is really about discovering your opportunities here, create some meaningful connections with the community in Vienna, and this all with the help of the Vienna Business Agency, who has a very good overview about the whole ecosystem and can help you to find the right stakeholders to talk you when you want to establish something further here in Vienna.
We are also very happy about the cooperation with Zero Project and the ESL Foundation. They asked us whether we could cooperate a little bit more, and therefore we tried the first steps and organized with Discover Vienna program Zero Barriers due to my focus in the work with assistive technologies. It is a very important aspect, and I also want to show this technology report we published recently about assistive technologies.
So Dodo, perhaps you could talk a little bit about the next opportunities to join another program for the international audience, but of course also for the audience in the rooms here at the Vienna International Center.
Yes, I'm very happy to share those opportunities because I believe we do have some very good things in place coming up in the next months and weeks. So first of all, everyone out there who has a startup in the field of social entrepreneurship, please check out our website because we're now planning, or we already have our call for social entrepreneurs out there. It's called Discover Vienna Change Makers, and you can apply until April. So check out that first opportunity. And the second opportunity would be the Vienna Startup Package, where you could come to Vienna for 1 month in May 2022. And last but not least, we're also planning something big at the end of May 2022. It's called Vienna Up. It's a decentralized festival tackling all kind of topics from the startup and innovation landscape. And there will be also a lot of opportunities for social entrepreneurs to get connected with the international community of impactful entrepreneurs. So please go on viennaup.com, sign up for the newsletter so that you get all the information straight into your inbox.
Some words about one activity within Vienna Up. It will be the Smart City Summit, and one of the sub-themes where will be the barrier-free city. So this is also especially interesting, I guess, for you. And it will take place on the 30th and 31st of May as part of the Vienna Up.
And for everyone who is interested to meeting the participants of this year's Vienna Discover Zero Barriers program, tomorrow there will be a fireside talk where all the 10 participants will give feedback on the week they have spent in Vienna. And perhaps, Sudo, you could give some more details what the program looked like so far for the participants that are this week in Vienna.
So it was a very intense week already. So we kicked off on Monday with a great get to know each other breakfast, and then continued with a short input on how to put the strategy towards market entry. And on Tuesday, they had a great opportunity to meet with some relevant stakeholders from the Viennese ecosystem. And now we're here at the Zero Project Conference, enjoying some time with the international community here and with the Viennese stakeholders. And yeah, I'm very curious to listen to their experience, because, you know, I can tell a lot of good things, but let's see if the startups enjoyed as much as we did at the Vienna Business Agency by hosting them.
Thanks a lot. I think Petra will do a summary for us for this session. Or, yeah, good. Then over to you, Petra. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, my first question, was it Vienna Up or Vienna App? Up. See, I got it. It's up. So, Vienna Up. I put a balloon here. So, okay. We heard about the Vienna Business Agency, an agency concentrating on making sure that Viennese businesses come here and stay here and grow. It's all about startups, social entrepreneurship. You're also connecting people. So it's a very connective job you're doing. And one program was Discover Vienna. I tried to draw Vienna here with the Danube and the Donaukanal. And you're also, again, focusing on startups. And the last thing, last but not least, is Vienna Up. It's a festival where especially social entrepreneurs, but others, can come together and celebrate life, celebrate the location of Vienna. And I will be very curious to hear what happened this week with participants from the Zero Project Conference who came here. I didn't finish drawing it, but I think we'll hear more of that as we go along. So let's look forward to that. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Petra. So, Dudo and Silvia, thanks a lot for joining us today. We at the Zero Project are really very happy about this cooperation, and we are very much looking forward to our next joint programs. Thanks a lot, and hello again from the Zero Project Conference 2022 in the Vienna International Center. Goodbye. Thanks for listening. Ciao. Bye.
Mark, hi. Good to have you
Hi,
with
Tom.
us.
How you doing?
I better introduce us. I'm Tom Butcher from the Essel Foundation, and I'm here virtually. No, I'm here really, and Mark Milden is with us virtually from, I think, Paris, aren't you?
That is correct.
Great,
yes.
and Mark's from Toyota, Europe. And I've got a few questions, Mark, which I'm going to ask you today, which I think are really very, very exciting. Specifically, the first question I'd love to ask is, what does mobility for all mean for Toyota?
Thanks. A great question. I mean, we actually often refer to ever better mobility for all. The ever better really ties into our philosophy of Kaizen and improvements. And one kind of way that we illustrate that is the fact that when people are free to move, anything is possible. So several years ago, we realized that we needed to shift to becoming a mobility company. We've obviously been building cars for a very long time, but we could see that we needed to provide more than just cars. You know, we needed to provide mobility solutions. So the products obviously remain the cars and other vehicles, but we need to put services around this. And this is really important for the consumer because the consumer has shifted from ownership to usership. And when we talk about ever better mobility for all, it's really about thinking and understanding and how to meet the needs and desires of those who face the biggest mobility challenges. Because if we can meet their needs, then actually it allows us to provide better solutions for everyone. So I'm particularly thinking about people who have physical impairments, or whether they're permanent or they could be temporary. That means, if somebody's pregnant, they're on crutches, or somebody who's in a wheelchair, something like that. So really trying to put ourselves in their mindset, having a different approach, a different thought process helps us to be more innovative and to deliver, like I mentioned, better products and better services for everybody to help them move.
Great, thanks so much. So I presume, I'm just thinking about this holistic approach that you're taking, and indeed that one has to take. So how does Toyota's partnership with the International Olympic and Paralympic committees actually fit into this vision? I can imagine what it is, but please tell us.
Thanks. Yeah. So, when our president in Japan, Akio Toyoda, and our top executives were thinking about this challenge of future mobility, they were looking for something that could unify the company. We're over 360,000 employees across the world. And we realized that, the IOC, the IPC, we share many values in terms of teamwork, respect for people, and all these kind of things. And we actually signed a partnership agreement to be their mobility provider. So both for the IOC and for the IPC. And when we signed the agreement with the IPC, actually it was Sir Philip Craven, who was the president at the time. And him and Akio Toyoda built a very deep relationship. And we realized that, Sir Philip was bringing us insights that we were not getting ourselves. In some ways we're sort of in an automotive bubble, but he had a great perspective, a global perspective, thanks to his work at the IPC. And actually, after he retired from the IPC, he's become one of our external board members. And I think this ties back to the two kind of comments I made before. Obviously a lot of para athletes have mobility challenges, and so what we can do is we have relationships with NPCs, so the National Paralympic Committees, in every country in the world now. And that gives us access to athletes, and athletes can explain their challenges. And that allows us to think about how we can find better solutions for them. So that's the kind of the overall, kind of thinking behind the partnership, I would say. And it's been very successful so far. We really enjoy it. We actually, for example, although I'm in Paris today for business, actually our European headquarters are in Brussels. We have a very good relationship with the Belgian Paralympic Committee, and we've already done a couple of sessions where we've brought in para-athletes to look at the products we have coming to the market and to tell us where they see the challenges and what we can do to improve them and make them more accessible for them.
Great, thanks very much. You use the word, and I think it's probably a fundamental phrase to describe Toyota as being a mobility provider, probably in all its hues. So what kind of mobility has Toyota brought to this partnership?
Sure. So I would split it into two camps, I would say. So we've got one side of the equation, which is how can we make it easier for people to move? And then you've got the second side, which is how can we move things to you? And specifically, that's typically robots that would help do that. So on the how to make it easier for you to move, for example, in the partnerships, it's essentially a showcase at the games. Unfortunately, no spectators in Tokyo and not many in Beijing either. But we provided, fuel cell buses and fuel cell cars to move spectators, to move athletes, to move all the people who are involved in the games. But then also we designed new mobility solutions. So what we call the APM, it's the Accessible People Mover. This is really kind of an evolution of the golf cart, except that you would normally see in a football pitch, when they take off injured players. But here we can fit in a wheelchair. It's very versatile. We can put in a stretcher. We can also have 3 or 4 people in it as well. There's a lot of walking between venues or in venues. And we also developed walking area BEV. So BEV stands for battery electric vehicles. So these are a little bit like scooters, the e-scooters you would see in many cities, but they've got 3 wheels instead of 2, and they're much more stable. And they help people maybe who are not, they just have difficulty going over long distances. So they can still walk, but it's very challenging for them to move a lot. So these are the things we developed. And then one thing that, maybe you saw in the Olympic and Paralympic Village in Tokyo was what we call the e-pallet. So the e-pallet is essentially a pod. It's like a square box on wheels, and it has automated driving, and it can move without a driver. It can move athletes, from their kind of residences in the village to the restaurant, or potentially to the venues as well. So that's really about helping people move. On the other side of the equation, like I mentioned, we wanted to have, for some people, it's very difficult to move. So then we should be moving things to them. And we really did that with a number of robots. We have what we call the human support robot, and we use this in venues, particularly for people who had, issues in terms of accessibility. We could bring them drinks. We could guide people to their seats with these robots. Unfortunately, like I mentioned, not so many spectators. So a lot of the time we were actually welcoming athletes. Sorry, Tom. Yes.
No. I was laughing about the robots.
Okay, good. And then, more prosaically, I mean, I don't know, it depends how many of the people watching saw the games. But for example, for the javelin event, you have to have these, the people who measure the distance, they have to run out, they have to get the javelins and so on. But we developed what we called a field support robot, which actually had semi-autonomous drive, which would follow the people who measured it, so that they could just pick up the javelin, put it in this little robot, which was shaped in the size of an e-pallet, and bring it back. And then, there are some people who really can't move, because they're hospital bound or whatever. And we also introduced a couple of robots that would allow remote presence. So in particular, we had a telepresence robot, and through his connections, Akio met the son of one of the people who brought the Olympic torch to Tokyo in 1964. And he, unfortunately, he cannot get out and about. And so he actually joined the torch relay in Japan via a robot. So he was in his, his wheelchair where he stays. But actually, he felt like he was there because through the power of the video link, we could see him during the torch relay, and he could see us, all the spectators during the torch relay. So this is how we try and, close the gaps and allow people to move where they want to move.
Great. I mean, that's pretty amazing, the ones you've just described to me. And those are the things you've done over the last, 8 years. As kind of innovation spotters, what should we be looking out for as we move towards 2024? Are there going to are we going to see things that we're going to say, wow, or are we going to see things saying, my goodness me, I thought they'd really taped it there, but look what's happened to that. It's just been developed, and it's even, if you'll excuse the word, even spiffier than it was. What should we look out for, Mark?
Yeah, I mean, this is always a really tough question. All my friends, they know.
I'm sorry.
Project, they ask me this. No, it's totally fine. They always ask me, and the problem is, of course, we can't reveal it. We'll probably reveal, maybe with 1 year to go, some of the products. I hope some will be spectacular and some will make you go, wow. I would say from a product perspective, we are going to build on what's come before, with maybe 1 or 2 additions. But I think maybe the big difference for Paris will be services. So, what I described previously was a lot of products. But actually, what's very important is the services that go around it. We are working very closely with certain startups in Europe. One great example in Paris is actually a company called Wheelies. It's a peer-to-peer car sharing service. So, it's a win-win situation because the owner offsets the high costs of modifying their vehicle. So it's modified for people who have difficulty accessing vehicles, people who cannot drive with their feet, for example. So it's modified so they can drive just with their hands. Then the user, of course, gets an affordable, accessible vehicle for moments when the public transport is not feasible or not convenient. So it's really about linking those mobility products to the users. We actually have a mobility brand. It's called Kinto. It's not very well known, but it will hopefully become more known. And within that Kinto family, we have a whole plethora of services. So we will be, for sure, bringing Kinto Share, which is about car sharing. And that includes not just cars, but also the inclusive mobility products that I mentioned, these walking area BEVs. We will also have Kinto Ride, and Kinto Ride is on-demand shuttles. So again, traditionally you would think an on-demand shuttle would be like a bus or something like that. But in our case, we'll be using maybe the accessible people mover or modified Proaces, which are our vans. And then maybe a third example would be the Kinto Join, which we would use for carpooling for staff or volunteers, because there's going to be thousands of people all trying to get to the same place, coming from different places, but surely some of them can pool cars. So these are the kind of things that we're thinking of, and I'm very sorry that I can't reveal them today.
No, that's absolutely understandable, but you've told us so much, and I really appreciate it. I'm going to be keeping my eyes out. May I wish you the best of success, not only then, but in the lead up to it. And I don't know, are you actually going to move to Paris to be there, keeping an eye on things? And if you are, the best of luck in Paris.
Thank you very much. Thank you much. Yeah, like I said, I'm based in Brussels. I think for the games themselves, I think, the whole team will have to, get to Paris. We'll see how long we actually stay. But thank you so much for your time. If I could just do a little shout out, I'd like to recommend that any viewers join at 4 o'clock this afternoon. There's the Neurosciences Removing Barriers to Deliver Ever Better Mobility for All presentation. One of my great colleagues, Hasim Abdelkawi, will be joining a fantastic panel with really inspirational people, Rodrigo, Jay, and Tan, who will all bring more to the conversation. So if anybody can tune in at 4 o'clock this afternoon, Central European time, I think that would be great. You'll get to hear more in more detail about some of the great things we're doing.
Wonderful. Mark, thank you so much. Look after yourself. All the best, and thanks again.
Thanks a lot. Have a great afternoon.
I'll
Bye,
try.
everybody.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. It is the second day of the Zero Conference 2022, and we are here on the stage of the Fireside Chats. I'm going to moderate this session. We will be together for the next 15 minutes to discuss on inclusive innovation, working in a special program, working with mainstream digital solutions to transform employment services in Kenya and Bangladesh. I have the pleasure to invite now Mr. Angel Perez. Please tell me if I'm pronouncing right your name. It's very difficult to do it correctly with all our guests here in Vienna.
Hello everyone. Yeah, my name is Angel Perez.
Angel Perez, okay, then I get it right now. Dear Mr. Perez, you are a technology and inclusive innovation lead at Leonard Cheshire, right?
Yes, exactly that. Yeah.
Thank you for being here, and I know that you are working on this 3-year program designed to develop, test, validate, and share learning from innovative interventions to directly improve access to waged employment in the private sector for 7,000 women and men with disabilities in Bangladesh and Kenya. And you yourself are based in UK, right?
Yes.
Okay, so can you tell us more about this program and the connection between UK and these countries?
Yes. So it's called the Innovation to Inclusion Program, I2I, that's a summary. It's a 3-year program funded by the FCDO, UK8, and it's a consortium of organizations of which they are part, Leonard Cheshire, ILO, EDF, European Disability Forum, and some other ones that due to budget cuts, we had to separate, but GDI Hub and some local organizations, local partners in Bangladesh. The aim of the program was to develop to test a series of innovative approaches to support the employment, the access to employment for persons with disabilities in both countries, in Kenya and Bangladesh. There are different aspects of the program where we aim to be working directly with influencing governments, working with DPOs, and one key pillar of the program was working with technology and innovations to be able to support the access to employment.
And Mr. Perez, sorry to interrupt, but this would be namely the innovations that you have been testing. So what is there to be tested innovatively in order to do things differently this time?
Yeah. So what we were looking for is apply a model where we were trying to tackle many areas of the access to employment and think about how could we address these issues through innovation. So we had 5 pillars, which was about engagement and registration of users into a digital pathway that we developed.
Great.
The skills assessment to better understand what were the skills needed and demanded by employers, and for users to also understand what kind of skills they needed to develop. We wanted to provide access to work, and we wanted to be able. We wanted for them to be able to. We wanted to work as well with companies to be able to make them more inclusive as well. And in the final instance, look at the model itself and see in which ways we could keep improving them. So in implementation, the way that this worked in both countries was we work from the bottom up. So we wanted to identify what kind of existing solutions were already there that we could adapt to the needs of persons with disabilities. And this is following a twin track approach where we wanted to target specific solutions for specific individuals, but at the same time mainstream disability and inclusion strategies. So in Kenya, for example, we partnered with FUSU, which was a local employment platform that was aimed at the general public. But they were already quite successful, and they had quite a prominent presence in the Kenyan ecosystem. The interesting thing that our interesting approach to this was to work with them, making their service accessible, and not only accessible, but also inclusive. So to make sure that people with disabilities, persons with disabilities, were seeing themselves identified. So in partnership with them and the National Council for Persons with Disabilities in Kenya, we developed a platform which is now called the National Council for Persons with Disabilities Career Portal, where users with disabilities and job seekers with disabilities who are registered with the National Council are able to access not only to search and apply for jobs, but also to access a different set of services that are offered through the platform, which before weren't fully accessible to them through the sort of mainstream portal. So what we have achieved is that we now have a mainstream portal that in itself is accessible to anyone, and a specific National Council portal for users registered with this government agency. One of the interesting aspects is that there are different tools like assessment or self-assessment of one's skills. There's advice and support for career coaching. There's job matching of users and roles depending on their skills. And there's also access to a lot of content relevant to persons with disabilities, but also e-learning. The interesting thing about the e-learning is that we partner with an e-learning provider in the UK who was very keen on developing a very, very inclusive approach to e-learning. And in this case was a set of 18 soft skills modules and 5 digital skills modules.
Mr. Pera, if you allow me to ask, because I see that you have been, I mean, this seems possible also thanks to many partnerships, right? What works actually to create effective partnership with technology organizations to design, develop, and deliver digital employment innovations and services for people with disabilities in these developing countries? So they are not countries, advanced ones, let's say, although I think that actually it doesn't, even if a country is richer, disability issues may be still present, although in these countries. But my key question here is, what do you think is more effective when building these partnerships?
Yeah, I think that the key aspect is to identify who are the local players, and specifically always working with organizations that are, as we usually work in our approach in Learner Cheshire, which is working with local partners. This in Bangladesh, it was through CSID, one of the disability organizations, BPDN, to really understand the cultural and the local context, and being able to identify who are the players who are probably interested and keen to work with disability organizations and in those schemes. And I think what's really important is to make sure that these local partners who are experts on disability and the cultural context are sitting at the table when having this discussion about the solutions that we want to develop and implement in this country. So in Bangladesh, for example, from the get-go, a series of potential partners were identified, and these were recommended or identified by the local partners. And in this case, we work with BT Jobs, which is the largest employment platform in Bangladesh, who in the same way or similar way to what we did in Kenya, work closely to be able to begin to offer their services to the broader disability job seeker community as well.
Yeah, Mr. Perez. So to understand it right, your project has finished. So it's a completed one, or is it in a?
Yeah.
So you reached the goal of the 7,000 women and men with disabilities in this tool.
Yeah. So we've reached the goal of over 7,000 people registered into the portals in both countries, and about just over 450 people employed through the portals, and many more. And in between, there's a numbers of people who have received some form of skills training, as well as
I apologize. Sorry, we had a technical problem here. We heard you, but we had a interfering noise. Now it's all clear. Please continue.
Yeah, so yeah, we have reached those numbers, and we are also working with employers, obviously, to make them to take disability inclusion training and to offer jobs and to make sure that they make assessments of their workplace to ensure the accessibility is at the heart of it. So some of the tasks that we've done.
So your program somehow has a sustainability, right? After you finish somebody, I mean, this is as a process is going on.
Yeah, so we have the program will end at the end of March officially, but we have a sort of 3 months extension to keep tying up those knots in terms of sustainability. So in the case of Kenya, for example, what we want is to strengthen this partnership between these private organization FUSU, who developed the platform and runs it, and the National Council, who provides the sort of services additional or added to this platform. So this is where we're working now, and we are hoping that that the service that we've implemented will be there for the long term through this partnership.
I see. If I would ask you, how can commercial digital technologies be used innovatively in these low resource settings to promote the inclusion of persons with disabilities? Can you give like 2, 3 concrete or 1 concrete example on this?
Yeah, I think that the interesting thing is engagement. I think it's important that we identify who are these these organizations or these digital services that are offering services to the general population, and begin to have these one-to-one or these conversations about disability and inclusion, which often haven't been had. So I think what's important is that there are solutions already in the countries that can easily be adapted to the needs of persons with disabilities, but often these conversations haven't been had in terms of inclusion. So I think that's kind of one of the key elements of that. And finally, I think one of the most important things is to ensure that any activities that potentially involve technology or innovation are developed with this concept of inclusive innovation, that we make sure that in the process of developing products, persons with disabilities are included, not only as consultations or gathering information, but also in the decision making and in the shaping of what these products mean for them and how what the impact is going to have. So to make sure that these products are adequate, we need to make sure that the persons with disabilities are involved in the development of
in the co-designing and the co-development. These are very important aspects. And as we are in our last 2 minutes, do you want to share any really key learnings with the disability and technology community from your experience on these inclusive innovation practices?
Yeah, I think one of the key learnings I think for us was very important is that, especially through the challenges that we experienced through COVID, is that not a digital solution is unique, and I think it's important to think about services like these as blended services, so that skills or sort of the access to digital services are also supported by people, by systems that aren't necessarily digital. So we for example, like set up access centers for people to be able to access these platforms and get support, human support, to how to participate on that. And I think it's important, again, in this option of engaging with people, is that the content is relevant to persons with disabilities. So they are involved in the creation of content. They are involved in the stories that are being told about themselves, because it creates products that are essentially, or that people can essentially identify with. And I think this, for me, are two of the key aspects that I think are important in these sort of collaborations.
Thank you very much. So I think we leave the floor by stating that there is always room for innovation practices and there will always be, but we need to keep at the center and at the inclusion in the co-designing and co-producing people with disabilities themselves, so we have better center solutions, let's say, right?
Yes, indeed. I think inclusion has to be waved into innovative processes in the ways we develop technology. I think at the moment we have concepts like human-centered design, but often, you know, I think they forget the relevance of thinking about inclusion at the very heart of it, and including persons with disabilities at every stage of the innovation process. When you are in ideation stage, discovery, and moving to alpha development and implementation, you need to make sure that there is steering groups, working groups, of ways in which disabled users can engage.
Thank you very much for joining us, and I wish you all the best, and hopefully let's meet next year physically here in Vienna for the Zero Project Conference. All the best to you.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher here at the Zero Project Conference in Vienna. And this afternoon, I'm welcoming online 3 people. I'm welcoming Luis Artieda, Claudia Pinhau, and Martin Suchel. And what we're going to talk about is the Cities for All initiative and what's going on in Amsterdam. So, why is Amsterdam using AI? Luis, I'll ask you to distribute the answers around. So if you would ask your colleagues to answer it appropriately. Ooh, and just to say, we have got a very tight 15 minutes to get things going with. And just before the end, I'm going to call upon my friend Petra, who's a flip chartist, to show us the depiction of our conversation. So without any more ado, over to you, Luis.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. And yes, I would like to ask Martin, why is Amsterdam using AI?
Yeah, good. I can definitely explain that. Like AI leads for the city of Amsterdam, which shows that we are really taking this serious. And of course, the reason for this is that artificial intelligence is, we believe, going to be changing everything in society, everything in the world. And we actually want to make sure this is a positive change for our community, but also, of course, at large in the whole world. So we're discovering, experimenting with new techniques and seeing how we can use them responsible. And at the same time, we're also thinking about the negative effects of this technology and making sure that we actually, mitigate those. So examples can be like using new types of scanners to map the streets of the city, which of course, with the topic we're talking about today, will offer plentiful opportunities. But you can also think about new ways of making our services to our citizens better by using natural language processing and actually aiding people in the communication with the city. So we're today together with Louis from World Enabled to actually share a bit of what we're actually planning on the side of accessibility using AI, combining the advances in AI with the possibilities of using that for accessibility. So really excited to be here. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Luis, anything more that we should add to the answer to that question?
No, I think the only thing that I can add to that is we're so, from We're Enabled, leading organization in the intersection of urban development and accessibility. I'm the partnership director. We feel so proud to develop this partnership with Amsterdam. And I think we can move on to the second question and elaborate a bit more on what we're doing.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I was going to get there, which is why do you think it's important to use AI specifically in the context of city accessibility? And that's accessibility which has, all colors and ranges across so many different things.
Yes, I think one of the important things here is the key concept of prioritizing citizens' needs to improve accessibility in the city. From We're Enabled, we always believe innovation is very closely tied to inclusion and access and accessibility. We believe that innovation, because of the fact that you need to create outside of the box, include all types of personas, all types of needs, all types of priorities, which in this case, it can relate to persons with disabilities who have different needs. That leads us to be inclusive and to be accessible. When you truly innovate, when you truly for the needs and priorities of people, you have to be inclusive and create accessible features. And we see this example through history. A lot of the innovation in terms of technology have been developed with persons with disabilities in mind, and then they get transitioned to mainstream because they do help. They do help population at large and the general population, such as the mouse, the transcribe, read, optimizing readers for text. They were developed for persons with disabilities in mind, but general population can enjoy it. That's why we believe inclusion and accessibility as a universal tenet that helps the general population, not only disabilities.
Wonderful. And then the next question I'm going to throw open to the floor, I hope, and you can throw it open as well, is how are you using AI specifically to improve accessibility?
And I think Claudia can respond to this and more about.
I'm going to target a bit more how are we targeting users. So first of all, I would like to say that I see the city has two big user groups. One is the citizens, so in this case, people with disabilities that need their life enabled. And by enabled, I mean that they can independently go to work, to the supermarkets, that they can go vote, access to online services, and so on. And then we have civil servants that work for the urban department or for communications, and they need to have the right information so they can act on it, because they do have the power to act on it. Me and Martin, we are part of the innovation department, so what we do is that we bring these important topics to the table and help to create better and creative solutions. So when we got this topic, our opportunity question was how might we improve accessibility in the city using AI, and we needed to have in consideration that, first of all, our focus is not the use of AI, but the citizen, the people with disabilities, but also accessibility is such a broad topic. So we, first of all, we decided to divide it into three topics. So one is venue accessibility, then pedestrian accessibility, and readability. And for each topic, we are having different workshops with citizens and civil servants to understand what are the problems they perceive, ideate together about solutions, and prioritize which are the solutions. Just to give an example, we have facilitated this workshop for venue accessibility, and we got to know that, for instance, people in a wheelchair, just to decide which restaurant to choose, they many times go online to check information, and information is very scattered. That means that they are a long time searching for information, and then they call, but they never know who is the person on the other side, so they can just say, yeah, I don't know, or I don't have this information available, it's not accessible. And then even if they do know that possibly it's accessible, they don't know if it's for them, their specific needs. So they go there, they even go there to verify if they can have just a pleasant evening with their family. And yeah, all of these to say that we approach these topics as learners. So we want to be in a perspective of we know nothing, and people with disabilities can tell us and be the experts of what are their needs. So we believe that technology and AI should come to serve the needs of people. So the user comes first, and then technology serves to help facilitate and enable life.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm now going to ask a couple of questions that have come up from our discussion so far. One of them is innovation. In solving problems, there's always got to be innovation. You have a tool which is AI, so that you have innovation in both solving the problems and innovation in the use of AI itself as a tool to solve the problem. Where do you and where have you found the innovations have come from? Have they come from the civil servants? Have they come from the discussions with the citizens? Have they come from the people who provide you with the AI facilities, the machine learning, the big data? I just really love to know what kind of intersectionality there is between those, shall we say, those three corpuses.
Yeah, maybe I can answer that one. Of course, all the technological advancements in AI have been a huge opener of possibilities, so we can do much more new things. However, as Claudia also described, like from talking to the people and knowing their needs, we are actually now diving into like what is required for how can we use this new technology. So an example for like if instead of somebody having to go to a restaurant, we're using tooling like natural language processing to actually understand reviews on the internet and trying to process that information to something that's actually, well, very clear for people. Hey, I can go here with these and these conditions. But on the other side, if we have like these 3D scans of the city, we can actually turn that information into a step count and the width of the door, and we can actually distribute that information. So I think like that's the combination how it's going. So we see an issue in society and we see new technology that is rapidly developing, and we actually try to bring that together in a way that it's most positive for the people in the city.
Great.
So I hope that answers your question.
It does indeed. And I've just been given the time check, so I'm going to call in Petra now to show all of you, my guests, how she has understood our discussion. I think you'll be quite amazed by it. It's a wonderful process. Petra, over to you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everybody. It's all in black and white for now. I will color it up later. We will send you the pictures. Yeah, cities for all, made possible by artificial intelligence. How do you draw AI? I used a robot. I know it's something different. But how does it happen? How does it work? First of all, I heard there are 2 target groups we are looking for. First of all, of course, the citizens. And then second, civil servants. So the citizens who need accessibility and a city for all, and civil servants who make it possible and who need to know how to do it. One of the drivers, you asked for some of the drivers for innovation. I picked up one of them. For instance, the 3D scanning possibility. I guess it's using a satellite, making sure that as a wheelchair user, I get the information on how much space I have somewhere on the street or entering a restaurant. That was one of the examples. And there are several things you're looking at. I picked up 2 of the 3. It's venue accessibility, meaning how, as a wheelchair user, using that example, how do I know if I can really enter the restaurant? So I can use AI, but I can also call, and I think the combination of the 2 makes things accessible. And the user comes first, and then comes technology. So I think that's in this people business that we are in, that's probably the driving force. Still looking at the robots there. Okay. Bye to you from Vienna.
Petra, thank you very much. All 3 of you, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That was a really good, short, sharp, clear, precise, and really fascinating look at AI in this context and AI in Amsterdam. From Vienna, may I wish you a really great afternoon, and thanks once again. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Happy, Louis? It's closed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome to another Fireside Chat. My name is David Baines, and we're going to be talking to Sascha Lippmann and Nikolaus Hutter on the subject of impact investment, something which is really important as we look forward and how we implement many of the projects that are here at the Zero Project Conference this year. And I'm going to ask Sascha, first of all, our first question. And Sascha, more people than ever are probably aware of the importance of investments in business due to programs like Dragon's Den and so on. But probably far fewer have heard of impact investment. How would you explain these to people?
I would say that if you look at the overall landscape of investment, the impact investing is growing. And impact investing is about funding solutions or tech solutions or businesses which actually address relevant issues. And that's what we always say in Tech to Impact, that we are bringing more capital into the space of entrepreneurs who are addressing and solving issues of the society and the planet, and have a business model around it, generating revenue, so they not just only focus on the profit, but what they want to make is a difference, and it can be a business, why not?
Okay. So this is a social return as well as a financial return.
We always say it's a double ROI, so return of investment and return on impact. What is something we should be striving for, and definitely to give you some of the greatest examples of businesses we are working with. As you guys all know, unfortunately, what's facing now as Ukraine as a country is devastating, and one of the greatest solutions we are working with is called Bridgify, is an example of accessible solution, which provides a tool, an app, to have a connection through Bluetooth without internet, without mobile, to be able for people to communicate in the challenging situation we are right now as a country. So this type of businesses are the ones we're talking about, who are able to generate revenue and to solve the relevant issue.
And that's really interesting. And Nikolaus, maybe you can, every year at the Zero Projects, we hear amazing ideas, and many of them are planning to come to market specifically to benefit people with disabilities. And like any company, they might need investment. How do you see the investing landscape currently? Are we in the right mindset, and are we in a positive place to support and accelerate impact technology in companies?
To some degree, yes, and very much no. So this notion of impact investment is still seen as a sector, as an industry, as an asset class, and I would disagree with that. It's more like purpose-driven business, impact-oriented business is not an industry, is not a sector. It's more a mindset, a way to look at the world. And if you apply that mindset, what you will see is that finance as we have it today is absolutely broken. It's not channeling the capital that is available. We're talking about $700 to $800 trillion, $700 to $800,000 billion in financial assets, in order to finance the Sustainable Development Goals, which is a financing need of 3 to 4 trillion a year. So less than 1% of the financial economy would need to be channeled towards impact to solve most of the problems that we currently face. And this includes everything.
Oh. We lost you. You're a little frozen there.
Social problem, and both the financial markets in particular, but also the real economy is.
Sascha, you may have some idea of what was going to be said there.
Right mindset.
Let's hope we get Nicholas back.
While we're getting Nicholas back, Sascha, would you add anything to what was just being said there?
Sure. We've been discussing this with Nicholas for a while. I hope he can hear us now. So, as he mentioned, there is enough capital. Let's hope he can hear us. Have a stall technology. Technology is not as bad as it seems in this moment.
There's a great, never work with children, animals, or technology. I seem to have done all three recently. Oh, Nicholas, you're back. I think we got you.
I'm back. Yeah.
Yes,
Sorry
we got you back.
Yeah.
You were just talking about how the money that needed to be funneled towards the SDGs was such a small percentage of the capital that was available, and that's when we just started to lose you.
Okay. Yes. So the markets are about allocating resources, efficiently allocating resources to those areas where they are most productively employed. And the issue, I guess, is that so far financial profit has been the only measure of success, of productivity, of value, and that has brought us to where we are now. And I think the movement of impact investment and purpose-driven startups is to reconcile actual value creation, saving the planet and healing society, if you like, addressing the SDGs with profitability. Because so at the moment, there's a connect and not necessarily a correlation. So it's possible to be extremely profitable on the one hand, while actually destroying value, destroying the earth, excluding people, exploiting people, and so on. And impact investment and impact startups is about bringing that together. And it's that mindset shift that needs to happen, and it is happening. It is driven by factor markets, both for capital but also for talent, and by the choices that consumers and businesses do in what kind of products and services they're buying. And this transition, this paradigm shift, if you like, is going fortunately a lot faster than we were thinking even 3, 4, 5 years ago. So to answer your question, I think we're not in the right space, but things are moving in the right direction, and I think we're going to see a lot of very fast, very disruptive change and hope.
And has that really been about the influence upon investment of the turmoil we've experienced over the last few years? The pandemic, climate change, the desire for social justice. Are those things that have really influenced the investment landscape, do you think?
Well, I don't think it has influenced it so much. It has accelerated it, because one thing that is really crystal clear in a pandemic is nobody is safe until everybody is. And that's very logic in a highly contagious pandemic environment. But the same notion applies to any problem that we face about social exclusion, poverty, inequality, climate change. We're all part of the system, and there is no us and them, and there is no here and away. And I think that is something that is slowly but surely beginning to trickle into the brains of people and decision makers, and changing the way that we see business and creating economic value and really reconciling impact, making the world a better place and the planet, and profitability, and that one begets the other rather than one at the expense of the other.
That's really interesting. And Sasha, I mean, listening to what we've said so far, what advice would you give to companies working in this space that are seeking investment, where they do want to offer both a social return and a financial return on that investment? What advice would you give them?
I would say that the first of all is take a step back and look at what you're doing and understand that what you're doing is the right thing. And business is shifting, economy is shifting. Maybe not as the pace we should have, but we are getting there. And to founders who are impact-driven, what we always say is something we definitely agree with Nicholas. There is more than enough capital. We are lacking exceptional entrepreneurs, and you're one of them. I think I've been working with startups for almost 7 years now, and if I truly see a wonderful entrepreneur, is an entrepreneur who is solving the problem they can relate, or if it's an actual problem. If you're just building business for the sake of business, sure, you might fly, but does it make you feel better? Does it change something? No. So one thing I would definitely recommend to startups is to know your value, and it's not only monetary. What you do matters. It might be not as fast as the typical unicorn style of business grows, but what you do matters. It will pay off, and you just need the right support, and that's what Nicholas and Via Tech to Impact are doing regularly, bringing startups together and accelerating them and giving them the understanding that you're not a niche, you're not an on top, cherry on top. Who you are real entrepreneurs who are solving problem as any other startup. You just pick the right one. That's a big difference.
Nicholas, would you add anything to that as advice to companies?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think the core, exactly what Sasha said. Entrepreneurship is creating value, and the profit that you make is the part that A, can be expressed in monetary terms, that B, can be captured by your company. But that clearly is not the total value that is created. There's clearly the value that is there for the customer who buys your product or service, and which exceeds the cost that you charge them, A, and of course there is kind of karmic impact to society, to the environment, and so on. Yeah? And if you think about sustainability, which is zero footprint, don't do harm, yeah, one planet footprint, if you like, in ecological terms, this is no longer good enough. There's so much baggage, so much pollution, exploitation left in the system that plus minus zero is no longer good enough. Anything forward that we do needs to be regenerative from the ecological point of view and inclusive from the social point of view, because otherwise we're really looking at the end of civilization and generation. And so,
I guess,
like Sasha said, you're on the right track. Just be, and things are moving in your direction if you're an impact-driven startup.
And on the flip side of that, then, if we're going to encourage people to seek investment, how do we encourage more funds to be funneled in this direction? Sasha, how are we going to make that happen?
That's a conversation we have on a daily basis with investors. There are still a lot of investors who say, well, we don't do impact investing. And I always answer to them, do you invest in climate? Do you invest in energy? Do you invest in business growth? And they usually answer yes. So what I'm always saying to them, impact is about not the industry, it's about what you expect from the company. It doesn't mean they will have less financial returns. Please remember this. To all the investors out there, the model we have right now is not sustainable. The model we expect companies and the valuation we give them or criteria of the valuation we give them is wrong. It's not gonna hold for a long time. And if you want to be in the future of investment, if you want to invest in the next big thing, investing in impact is the one. If you look in the climate industry and people are, especially in the investment scene, they're freaking out about investing in hardware because it's not scalable. Well, look at the investments which were done in climate 20 years ago and where they are now, where the companies are now and how they're growing and how much valuation is there in the social, ecological, economical growth of society. So it's an old narrative saying that impact is charity. It's old.
So there's a great line there. The next big thing is impact. And Nicolas, would you agree with that, or anything else you would add to that?
No, I would not away. We need to reconcile profitability and financial profit and commercial profit with creating real, true value. And for that, we need to understand what that means. And every socially and environmentally driven startup and entrepreneurial team knows that. And profit needs to be a consequence rather than the thing that we chase. So I would totally agree.
That's wonderful. We're coming to the end of this chat, and I suspect we could have spoken a lot more. It's such an important issue. But if you wanted to summarize where we are and where we need to be and how we get there, what would you say? Sasha, what would you say?
Well, I guess I have two messages. One, if you're an entrepreneur already and you're in the impact space, go for it. You have a lot of support system. Come to Tech to Impact. We're happy to help. If you're a young person looking into starting a business or building technology, make sure that what you do is solving something relevant. Don't just build startups for the sake of building them and creating another delivery dating platforms. We have enough of them. And if you're in an investment scene or if you're investing, look in the future. You can invest in something which is the next big thing, and it's something which creates true social value. And be sure that profit will no longer be the key understanding of what is successful investment.
And Nicolas, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, I would agree. Impact business, purpose-driven business is a bit like the internet in the early 90s. Nobody understood it. It was either overblown or misunderstood. eBay was rejected by investors even in the late 90s. Google was burning through $500 million, which at the time was really, really, really a lot of money, without having a business model, knowing how to make money out of it. About 8 billion users per day. So the investors very clearly understood that there must be some very significant value. They just didn't have an idea how to monetize that. And I think we need to go back to that kind of thinking, understanding, spotting real value, solving meaningful problems that affect lots of people, solving them sustainably, meaning financially sustainably and scalably, and then the profits will follow. And that's how it should be.
That's great. I want to thank you both so much. And I would take away and say to our companies, our entrepreneurs, there are opportunities out there. There is capital out there. You can get investment for broken things. And secondly, and really quite importantly to our investors, we are there. we can make a difference together. If we can connect those two together, we can make a real difference. So thank you very much, Sasha.
Thanks for having
Nicolas.
us.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
listening to Charlotte just listened to an impact investing session. It's interesting.
Hello.
Really, this morning?
Yeah, just zero projects. So I should.
I know.
Ladies.
Good morning.
Hello. Well, good afternoon for me and good morning to you.
I can't hear you.
I should tell everybody that you're actually online now.
I think you're on mute.
Can everybody hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me. Excellent. That's really good. Well, I better introduce myself first for all the people who are on the internet. I'm Tom Butcher with the Essel Foundation, but I'm not the important person here. The two important people are the ones I can see on the screen in front of me, who are, in no order of preference, Francis West of Francis West Company and Charlotte Dales of Inclusively. Welcome. Welcome for joining me here at the Zero Project, if virtually. What I'd love to do first is ask each one of you, I don't mind which order, to introduce yourselves and say a wee bit about your initiatives, your companies. And then from there, I have three, I think I would consider them fairly in-depth questions that I'd like to throw at you that you can bat around with yourselves or with me. And then I'm going to stop us about 5 minutes towards the end because our wonderful flip chartist, Petra, is going to depict things visually and graphically, and we'll go through it right at the end. Anyway, over to you two. Whoever wants to start.
Charlotte, why don't you go first?
Awesome. Okay, well, I'm Charlotte Dales, and I'm the CEO and founder of Inclusively. About 5 years ago, I was selling my first company to American Express, and around that same time, my cousin became the first licensed facialist in the state of Florida with Down syndrome. And I knew after getting my first facial from her that this would be my next company. I saw the value of an employer making an accommodation for my cousin and the impact that it had on her career. And I wanted to figure out how can we use technology to help employers provide accommodations at scale.
Great, thank you. Francis, over to you.
I'm Francis West. I'm founder of Francis West Co. It's a global strategy advisory company working with both private and nonprofit and also startup, creating digital accessibility and digital inclusion strategy from the top so that it's not just a compliance or a philanthropical initiative, but really a business imperative. It's really based on some of the experience and work I did at IBM as IBM's first chief accessibility officer, and really look forward to sharing this kind of a journey with both the Zero Project audience and also especially a startup as they innovate to really transform the disability and digital inclusion industry.
Great, thank you very much indeed. And I'd like to pick up a word which I think both of you use, but you particularly, Francis, which is transform and transformational. And this is something I have a wee bit of experience in what I do, but could you share with me what you think the senior executive's role is in leading transformational business and workplace change post-academic, post-pandemic? Francis.
Well, thank you very much. Actually, the word transformation is, I think, the word, especially post-pandemic. I think one thing the pandemic had taught us is that, every human being on this planet, we are interconnected, and at any given point, we could be impacted in such an extent, and the closeness of individual as humans, I think, is coming into the foreground. And the second thing is that the technology is underpinning our connection as a society, as the world. And because of that, the topic of disability or digital inclusion become that important. In my work, as I mentioned, I'm really a technology first person because I spent 30 plus years at IBM. What I realized is that a lot of times when we talk about technology, we actually have not really put in the center the human needs and human wants. And I think pandemic really taught us that we need to be very, very conscious of the human needs and also the individual differences in us. So I think for the executives, either at the boardroom level or the C-suite level, some of them, but many of them are still not making the connection that the digital transformation, which by the way is the word in the boardroom. Everybody's talking about digital transformation as the competitive strategy, but many of them have not made the connection over to digital inclusion. And that's what I think is so important, that if we can combine or build our digital transformation strategy based on digital inclusion, then that's truly transformative for all humans, not just some people.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And to go to a senior executive, indeed CEO, Charlotte, what would you say?
So I would say that, you know, in the work that I'm doing, Inclusively is an inclusion platform that helps connect candidates who are requesting accommodations to employers in a way where they can scalably upgrade their existing processes to provide more inclusive interview process and screening process. And so what I've seen and how I view the role of an executive is that companies who are really serious about inclusion have to do the upfront work to reap the benefits of sustainable, scalable, and replicable success. Companies who are focused on getting access to pipeline and placement out the gate are not laying the foundation required to have success long term. I think a common misconception we see across all organizations is that the current state of disability employment, and really diversity for that matter, is because candidates are not applying to jobs. But candidates aren't just sitting around not applying for jobs. The problem is that they are applying, and companies' traditional screening and interview processes are built upon exclusionary algorithms that are filtering out candidates for things like a gap in their resume. And if they're not being filtered out, they're being put through an interview process that's the exact same for every single person, meaning only certain types of candidates can succeed. So real change requires change management. And I think, you know, transformation is a nicer way, where in the employer speak, it's really change management, and that requires a C-suite to be the executive sponsor and the escalation point for ensuring the change happens, and most importantly, that its employees are not resisting the change and see the long-term benefit to the company by making the change.
Great. Thanks so much. And I think this brings us onto the next point, which is how can we make people understand that disability is more than just an inclusion label? How can we enable a new way of, let's call it workplace productivity and really purpose for all? Charlotte, can I start with you on that and then over to Francis thereafter?
Yeah, so when I started out, working on this company, I met Frances very early on, and she's definitely the person who's really pushed me and opened my eyes to see this. But designing for people with disabilities is really just designing for everyone, and so that everyone can be included. And universal design benefits everyone. And for businesses, it doesn't just open you up to an incredibly valuable talent pool, but it also means you're creating and marketing products and services to include the 1 in 4 to 5 people who have a disability. It actually means more customers as well. So I think that inclusion is part of it, but inclusion just means accessible to everyone. So designing for people with disabilities is actually creating an upgraded process for everyone.
Thank you. Francis.
Yeah, I mean, I want to add on to what Charlotte just said, that, certainly universal design is the kind of the central theme here. And in addition, if you think about it, because we are at a Zero Project Summit, which focused on disability, I think if you look across, there's two things that are a common thread, which is aging and disability. If we stay as human, as you gain, as you get older, you're going to acquire disability. Or if you live through your life, you're going to acquire disabilities either through accidents or sickness and all that. So there is such a common theme about disabilities, lived experience, that I think the executives or the C-suite have not really thought about, and that if you are for example, human-centered design, which is a catchword everybody's talking about, then how can you not include people with disabilities? Because they are what I call, the ultimate human experience and human ability that will give us the knowledge to create the better product and better differentiation. So all in all, I think there is this, there's still this of what I call the cultural gap or perception gap about when you think about working in digital inclusion or accessibility, you're working on them, versus us. I have a phrase that it's not about them, it's about all of us. Once you start making that kind of thinking or attitudinal or cultural shift, it's about all of us, then all of a sudden you will realize at the C-suite, at the business top, the decision maker level, that by focusing on this, and also just echo what Charlotte just mentioned earlier, that you really need to have a holistic approach to this. In the technology term, you need to have a platform that's sustainable. Otherwise, frankly, we have seen a lot of companies will publish, for example, statements, right? Either it's accessibility statement or inclusion statement, but it could potentially sound hollow or inauthentic if you are not backed up by real investment into a infrastructure technology, such as, in Charlotte's case, the employment platform, to really sustain and also to scale in your business.
Great, and that brings me to my last question. You mentioned the word platform and you mentioned the word investment. So, what do you think are the kinds of workplace platforms that enterprise companies need to invest in if we're going to lay, which one must do, a special significance on flexibility, adaptability, and scalability? Charlotte.
I can jump in. So I think that it's kind of, going off the previous question, the benefits of creating an inclusive screening and interviewing process lays the foundation for the flexibility, adaptability, and scalability that all employees and candidates are really looking for now. So people have been attributing the Great Resignation and the war on talent to the pandemic, but these cultural changes started happening way before the pandemic. So in 2016, millennials became the largest generation in the workforce, and this demographic started changing the criteria upon which they assess jobs. So they want to work for companies that have work-life balance, that value soft skills like a work ethic on the same playing field as hard skills. And ultimately, they want to work for companies that are innovative and have values. And this is really different from historical workforce generations who were looking for jobs more based on salary and title. This generation is now looking for companies with culture, and money doesn't really buy you culture. So you really have to invest in the platforms that are going to help you get there. And the pandemic just really accelerated this movement. And now people are self-disclosing at far higher rates than before, so about 25% more year on year. And in general, everyone wants to customize their employment and essentially work for companies that are accommodating and have values and promote equality. And so I think investments need to be made in platforms that help you build that infrastructure to be flexible, to help big organizations be a bit more nimble and flexible like smaller organizations, and bringing accommodations and your flexibility and your process and your benefits right to the front door so that everyone who's looking at your company can see that, and it makes you really competitive to attract and retain the best talent and the most diverse talent, especially in the new generation of the workforce. And I think an inclusion is just the best example of demonstrating to people that you have a positive company culture.
Great. Thank you so much, and I couldn't agree more. Francis.
Yeah, I think, Charlotte pointed out, we are in a pandemic shift. We are also in a generational shift, right? Charlotte certainly not just talking about millennial, she is a millennial. And so her perspective in building into her platform, just like many of her compatriots, is viewing the world very differently, right? I mean, the gig economy, for example, is booming, and partially because, again, pandemic kind of accelerated the remote working, gig economy. So I think the C-suiters, especially if you are a growth-oriented company, senior executive decision makers, you really have to listen very intentionally, and then also learn that there is a completely different expectation. And in addition to, I think, a different value the millennial is looking for, and therefore, if you are a growth company, need to acquire talent, you really have to think about what is your best effective employment platform. And in this case, a lot of times we think about employment platform is just kind of a one-off as a recruiting, platform. But in this case, we're talking about end-to-end, right? And it's not just recruitment, but how do you enable a candidate to join your company and throughout the process to gain knowledge and insight, and also training for your own HR staff as they, learn to deal with a new breed or new kinds of workers. Some of them remote, some of them hybrid, and all these differences, it needs to be, even though it's nuanced, it needs to be taken into a platform consideration. So a platform decision, in this case, through technology, the criteria has to be built upon whether it's a very nimble and agile and adaptable platform. A lot more sophisticated, frankly, than the last generation of employment platform that we have seen or have experienced. And last but not the least, I would say that I think the new generation, or collectively, even the old generation like myself, we're looking at purpose, right? We're looking at a company that is purpose-driven and also principally have a principle in integrative. Especially now we live in a world where everything is so supposedly fluid, but that actually translates into lacking sometimes of the core. So I think it's a perfect time for this the C-suite to really look at this the topic, in this case inclusion, as a foundational to the, for example, some of the discussion at the highest level, ESG, environment, social and governance, a model as a measurement of a company's authentic, adherence to their responsibility, and then translate that into action and investment of a platform where start with the talent acquisition is just it's not just nice to have, but a must do.
Absolutely. Well, I just draw one issue with you there, Francis, was where you describe yourself as the older generation. I have many years on you, so I don't know what that puts me at as a kind of geriatric, I think. I shall, as they say in the States, I shall take that on advisement. I'd like to kind of try, we're not up yet on time, but I wanted to kind of bring everything together in a way and just ask you whether you would agree with me on one thing, which is what we've looked at in these three topics how we've looked at it shows you something which is immensely complex. It is also something that you pointed out, Francis, requires to be looked at holistically. And in my experience, whether it's inclusion, accessibility, or as you mentioned, ESG, in companies anyway, the only people who really do or indeed should have that sort of purview are the CEOs, the people right at the very top. So would you agree that actually in order to get anything to work anywhere, you have to get buy-in right from the top? And if you don't, you're going to face an uphill battle.
I think if you're looking for to change, systemic issues, it has to come from the top. you know, choosing which this platform or this platform, those can be made, you know, down within the appropriate teams, but the decision to make the change and the person who's going to ensure the change happens, it needs to be from the top.
Right. And Francis, would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why, going back to when we started, I think post-pandemic, we really have to not just change, but to rethink and reframe, right? And regenerate a new breed of, frankly, leaders that can understand that that we are at a different point. We're at a very different, also the business maturity right now. I think in the past, even just 5 years ago, you can kind of separate, you know, the business from a social, you know, movements. But we know that social movement like Me Too or George Floyd situation here in the United States has a profound impact on business. So the new breed of leaders in the C-suite really has to have a broader perspective. But just because the business responsibility now is expanded beyond just profit, you know, now we're hearing the term stakeholder in addition to shareholders. That doesn't mean that it's going to be, it almost sounds complex, and it is in cases it can be complex, but on the other hand, it's one step at a time, right? I mean, this is one of those things you can start and be very intentional and start, for example, in one area. It could be employment platform, it could be a communication platform, it could be your development platform. Just get started, take some action. I think this is, and one thing that I would like to stress is that this is a topic at a C-suite level, has to be top down, but at the same time, it takes implementation, execution, action at the ground level, and everybody can start with one step at a time.
Great, thank you. You really jumped in there before I even had a chance to ask my very final question to each of you. You've answered it, which would be, what would be your call to action be? So, Francis, your call to action is take the first step. Go from there, but there's got to be commitment. Charlotte, what would your call to action be?
I would say it's similar. It's, you know, don't wait until you're ready, just get started. But I also think the main call to action from an executive perspective is to back up what you're saying in the market with what you're doing internally.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. And at that point, we're approaching the end of our time. So I would like to call across Petra, who is going to show us how she has depicted all your incredible wisdom graphically. And it is, and Francis will be able to tell you, because I'm sure she's seen this before at our conference, but maybe you haven't, Charlotte. It's just wonderful. Okay, here we go.
Really cool.
Thank you. Well, a lot of innovation-driven things that are happening. I tried to catch it all, but I probably missed some of it. Let me start right here. The question was, what changed post-pandemic? And, well, yes, there was a lot of change going on post-pandemic, but actually change started much earlier than that. We are facing new generations on the market, on the workforce, and that's why change already started before the pandemic, but the pandemic showed us that we're all interconnected all around the world. So there's a big mind shift going on, and that's why we have to make sure that this one size fits all, like job interviews, jobs, but also products. That's not state of the art anymore. Rather than that, we should better have universal design. So we make an inclusive process so that everybody's included, and we have inclusive design talking about platforms like finding new stuff, but also HR platforms for other information, and create a mind shift in leaders and HR responsible people. I caught the word purpose. I think that's one of the words we are looking for when we're looking about integrating people with disabilities into the workforce. And from a business success point of view, I think I can summarize it with we walk up the success, up to success together. taking the first step and then continue going. And it's a top-down, but also a bottom-up approach. So all together, we can create this transformation that is necessary to have a business life for all. Thank you.
Petra, thank you.
Amazing.
Yeah. Oh, it is absolutely superb.
Do we get a copy of this picture?
Yes, indeed you do. Both of you do. Ladies, thank you so much for your time today. I have thoroughly enjoyed our discussion. I hope it's been okay for you. I'm absolutely sure that the people who've joined me online have enjoyed it as well. Great call to action, great substance behind that call to action, and both your personal experiences, just adds an imprimatur to everything you've said. Thank you so much. I know it's first thing in the morning at home. Have yourself a very, very good day, and thanks so much for being with us again. Bye.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome again to the Fireside Chats of this Zero Projects Conference. It is the second day, and I'm here again with you. My name is Emanuela Zaimi, and I am the founder and the director of Down Syndrome Albania Foundation. We are in this next 15 minutes together with Mr. Steve Tyler, Director of Assistive Technology and Transformation from Leonardshire in UK. Mr. Tyler, are you with us?
I am, and thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. We would love to have had you here in person, but let's hope next year, right?
Indeed.
We are going to discuss together today how does the disability inclusive culture within companies, organizations foster innovation. I was thinking that a couple of years ago, maybe we were not even talking about this kind of relation, right? So today, why do you say inclusive culture is important also to foster innovation? Would you give us some explanation to this?
I've worked in the field of accessibility for the past 30 years, and we've had enormous technical innovation, legislative change, a level, of course, of social change. And in addition, I can point to lots and lots of examples that a lot of us will know that of products or services that have been developed purely because the driver has been that of disability. So obvious ones include optical character recognition systems, you know, products that in 1975 or so were launched at 48,000 euros. Today, scanning technology on people's desktops at 50 euros each. So many of these kinds of examples, and they've been driven by the needs of people with disability. It seems to me that although we've used lots of tools, including legislation and standards, we're at a stage where we need to engage culturally in a much bigger way with organizations, society, to bring about significant change. And I think my call today is I've tried to simplify the discussion, embracing difference. For me, embracing difference is a simple message that people can readily understand. And if you begin to think through what that means around how you treat customers, around how you deliver services, around being genuinely customer-centric, that begins us on a journey. I think the disability community needs to come together in a much more significant and joined up way to deliver a unified message rather than what we deliver today, which I believe is a very diluted message.
Mr. Tyler, well, of course, there are many innovations and products out there that has been designed to be used and to be sold out for the needs of people with disabilities. But can we say that we are going with the same pace also in really having that inclusive culture within these companies, so within their staffs and also within so when they are designing these products, people with disabilities are there in co-designing and co-producing. Can we say this or not yet?
We've got a long way to go. But I would draw attention firstly to a session tomorrow, the ILO session, International Labour Organization, where Accenture, Atos, GSK, Repsol and Standard Chartered Bank are featuring. But I want to give you a couple of examples of people that I've worked with and small teams around us we've been working with that really have demonstrated cultural change and real alteration, customer centricity and genuinely living the message. An obvious example for me is our friends and colleagues at Microsoft. genuinely buying the t-shirt around embracing diversity, recognizing that by embracing diversity, by definition, you're beginning to reflect a diverse society. Lloyds Bank, developing best-in-class apps. I hold them up as examples because they've conformed with standards. They've centered on what the customer really needs and understood the customer need. London Underground, one of the oldest transport networks on the planet, actually has a turn up and go service. Hardly any transport systems in the UK certainly have that. People who have focused in on accessibility standards like retailers, Ocado in the UK and Morrison's and people like that. And then those guys who want to deliver the best-in-class proposition, I think of Apple, I think of Amazon, big players who have genuinely committed to the arguments. But in order to bring about sustainable change, I believe there's a real issue. Mm-hmm. And if I may, yes, I'd like to just give you some numbers because they highlight for us the statistics. So our latest research, really, it shows, frankly, despicable situation around people with disabilities. So 23% of recruiting managers in a recent research study that we conducted, recruiting managers who knew who we were, said, under no circumstances would they recruit a person with a disability, even if everything were equal, or even if the disabled person had higher qualification or ability to do it. 76% of people who involuntarily lose their jobs in the UK do so as a direct result of long-term disability or long-term condition as defined by disability legislation. So we've realized that the cultural challenges that we have are enormous. Although we've got lots of tools and capability to remedy the situation, you really need to get past the genuine fear or misunderstanding, or frankly, the belief that you can buy yourself a problem or not buy yourself a problem. People with disabilities are still, I'm afraid, seen as something other, seen as something different. And that's why I want to focus so much on the disability community and the unification of our messages. You only need to look at the headlines today. You know, when you look at the numbers around people with disability, 1 billion globally. In the UK, one of the foremost, apparently, economically strong countries in the world, 6th strongest economy or whatever, 14.4 million people with disabilities. It's still unshiftable over the past 30 years, issues around employment. And I would say one more thing from an education perspective, and it begins with education. Even universities and colleges reflect the numbers that I've just given. Just over 22% of colleges and universities, when they're approached by people with disabilities versus an able-bodied candidate, 22% simply didn't respond.
Well, yeah, these are worrying statistics, and that's why I keep asking again: are the companies more running into selling products to our community? But what is holding many of them? And we shouldn't be speaking only about the big players, the corporates with huge number of employees. What is holding the others back to embrace inclusion, knowing that it can be also beneficial, as we said, in terms of innovation processes? What is this? And then you mentioned that we as a community should come together and speak the same language to change this. But for example, you mentioned the 23% of the HR recruiters. Did they give any reason why they would still not choose a candidate with disabilities, even when they have all the requirements to fill in that position?
It's seen as a problem. And I think it's simply a problem.
Is this a
mix.
mindset problem? Do you think it's a mindset problem? So should we tackle as organizations, maybe increasing or trying to understand more, what's this problem? What is there? What's the fear?
I think that's why I think for me, the organizations that represent people with disabilities and represent the accessibility movement, I believe that unification in some of this messaging is absolutely crucial. So if you think on a really straightforward level, I guess, so if we pick sensory impairment, blindness versus deafness. Deaf people require things that they can see. Blind people, as a rule, require things they can hear. Right there, that's seen as a conflict. If you begin to sort of delve into more detail, so if you look at children coming through the education system across Europe who, say, 30 years ago, what we would refer to as visually impaired children, 34% of those today are visually impaired but have additional or complex requirements, and quite often they're learning requirements. So all of a sudden, rather than people feeling that they've got a handle on what this means for their organizations, I think quite often, very quickly, it's interpreted as a problem and a challenge, and frankly, something that you can do without. And yet, we do know that if you look at the success that I used at Microsoft as an example, and many of my colleagues you will all know how wonderful over the past few years, especially, massive accessibility shift at Microsoft. Part of that is the conceptual idea that is simple in nature, difficult to deliver on, but simple in nature. It simply says, if our organization represents what's outside our organization, if we're made up of diverse people, just like the diverse people that make up society, then chances are we're going to deliver born accessible product. And I think that is the critical piece. And to do that, we need a message right across our colleagues. And for me, the call to action, I guess, today is we need to unify around that inclusion and diversity equals innovation message. We need to unify around the embracing difference message. In other words, rather than where I'm talking to you, my assumption is, broadly speaking, we're probably culturally quite similar. We're probably culturally have similar interests, have similar requirements, have similar, I have no idea. Rather than thinking that, we start from a perspective that says, actually, let's assume that there are at least some significant differences. And right there, that begins to lead to obvious questions. Questions like, how can I make your life easier? How can I be more accessible to you? What do I need to do to make you feel more comfortable?
And how can I learn also new things from you, right? So it's not only about asking, doing things for the community of people with disabilities, but also what can they learn? And as you were speaking, and we are about to finish this session, I had the idea, maybe one of the things that we need to do is, as organizations, as people with disabilities, maybe look for the partnership of those companies that have embraced inclusion to tell to the other companies.
Right.
Yeah, this could be maybe one of the strategies that we should work, because it would work better, maybe. I mean, the list may be long, but I wanted to see if you would agree, for example, with such a solution.
I totally agree. I commend to you the work that raising the bar that Valuable 500, for example, is doing. All I'm asking for, and what I'm suggesting, is Business 101. Be customer-centric. That's it. Be customer-centric, which means understanding your customers. And that means diversifying your culture such that that comes naturally.
Thank you very much for being with us, Mr. Tyler. I wish you all the best and hope to see you next year here and have the pleasure to talk to you in other discussions.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and see you again in a couple of minutes, again with me. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thank you for joining us from any corner of the world. Thanks to the possibility of this Zero Conference's opportunity to broadcast all live. So even those who could not join us in person here at the UN headquarters in Vienna could not lose any of the sessions, but also the very interesting topics and discussions that we are having at our Fireside chat station. My name is Emanuela Zaimi, and I am the founder and the managing director of Down Syndrome Albania Foundation. And I have the pleasure to be moderating the next 15 minutes and talk to our guest, Mr. Carlos Pereira from Livox, and he's joining us from Brazil. Mr. Pereira, are you with us? And am I pronouncing correctly your surname and name, please?
Exactly. Yeah. My name is Carlos Pereira, and thank you for having me. Just the only thing, I'm Brazilian, but currently I'm living in the United States.
That's great. But I am sure you miss Brazil and you travel a lot.
Sometimes, because of the pandemic, not so much as before, but sometimes, yes.
Yeah, but the UK is all open now, no? And Brazil isn't?
Brazil is mostly open, and also here in the US, depending on the states, they're open as well. But there are some restrictions still in place, so I'd rather just stay
I
on the
hope
ground
everything will be over, and because this is the reason why we are not also together maybe today here in person.
Yeah.
We are going to discuss together today the challenges of going international. So being with a mission, being with a social business, the world requires solutions that most probably can be replicated, and we also want that to happen, but we always have some challenges. Shall we start with discussing the details into this topic, but concerning the internationalization, so like the culture, the language? Would you set the ground for us, please?
Okay, sure. I guess one of the first things that you need to care about is actually to check if your product is available in the language that you want to address the situation. Actually, I'm the CEO and founder of Livox. Livox is an alternative communication software. So it helps people that are non-verbal to speak. So people with cerebral palsy, autism, and etc. And because of that, language is very important for Livox. So if a person lives in Vienna, in Austria, Livox needs to be available in German. So that's very important for us to focus and try to localize the software depending on the location. So we did a lot of work to localize Livox to the markets that we are trying to work with.
And congratulations to your solution. I, as a parent of a child with Down syndrome myself, I am into many, these parents community groups, Facebook groups everywhere. And once in one of them, it was a question to all parents if there would be something that you would like to be different. I mean, despite any type of disability in that child. What would that be? And everybody agreed that the main thing that they would love, especially on those children that were not able to communicate, was to hear them speak and to hear them call them parents and mom and dad. So your product, it's really, really it needs support, let's say, to go international, right? So you have it in which languages right now?
Well, Livox is available in Portuguese, Spanish, English, and thanks to the efforts of our friends in, Arabic as well.
Wow.
And thanks to the efforts of our friends in Zero Project, it's available in German. And we just made a partnership with health insurance in Switzerland. It's a health insurance called Sanitas, and they helped us to translate Livox into Italian and French as well.
So when you say people are helping you, it's just going and translate something there, or it needs a considerable investment? And here we can maybe jump to the next question. What are the challenges to finding a business model that works for a different market, for another market?
Yeah, that's a very good question because, for example, in Brazil, I'm Brazilian, and in Brazil we focus on government sales. Okay, why? Because Livox is a platform that works on Android tablets, and although Android tablets are affordable, they're still very expensive for many people in Brazil, and we want to reach the bottom of the pyramid. So that's why we partner with local governments so they can buy Livox licenses and also tablets to deliver to these people in schools. But this is the model for Brazil. But we also sell Livox for families and for institutions in Brazil. But in other countries, it's different. For example, in Austria and also in the US, most of the people with disabilities, they already have an alternative communication device. And usually when we make a sale in Brazil, usually we go to a school district and we try to reach all the people with disabilities because most of them, they don't have anything. They don't have anything. So we go to school and we say, we have a solution for all your kids with disabilities. And sometimes they buy for all the kids. But
the
for
school
example,
itself,
US,
you mean? The school itself buy for the kids, right?
Exactly. We try to talk to departments of education. So depending on the city, they have a department of education and they buy Livox for the whole school system of that particular city. So it depends on the size of the city. Some cities are bigger, some are smaller. The biggest city that we sell Livox, they bought 5,000 licenses for all the kids with disabilities. And so it depends a lot. But in Brazil, this is the situation in Brazil. These kids, they don't have anything, and we try to blanket to cover the whole school district with Livox. But for example, when you go to Austria, when you go to United States, these kids, they already have alternative communication devices. Yeah.
Yeah, if you'd come to Albania, if we would work together in a partnership, the only thing
awesome.
that, I mean, we have in our laws, if I'm not wrong, that we should provide assistive alternative communication technologies to children with disabilities. But in our country, things are on paper, but in practice, it's very hard. So if you would come and you would work, we would try to find a solution with us. It would be just going to some business donors or some other donors and, you know, helping. It would not be a sustainable business model. So I am afraid that now I understand why it's very challenging. While you have a mission there, but also you need to sell this as a product, as a social business, the policy making and the situations different in each country create a barrier. But is also a barrier to find partners that can help on the way? Is it, I mean, I mean, Zero provides a very strong network. But is it still a challenge for you to have some help in internationalizing your solution?
It depends. For example, the Zero project helped us a lot with finding partners that can help us in Austria. But it depends a lot on each country. For example, our best case scenario is when we find a partner that can also be a distributor. So this partner, that's exactly what happened in the Middle East. This partner in the Middle East, he sells solutions for schools in the Middle East. And so he was able to translate Livox into Arabic and sell Livox, you know, to the Middle East. So they get a commission for that. So this is the best case scenario because yeah, exactly. And I don't speak Arabic, for example. So this is the best case scenario because they think as locals, they understand the language, the culture, and everything. And so this helps a lot. So talking about business models also, many solutions, they have a standard price and that's it. You know, they don't care if the price is too high or too low, depending on different countries. But we developed a very sophisticated spreadsheet with Livox pricing. So you have a baseline price, okay, and we take into consideration two things. First, GDP. GDP is the amount of, you know,
It shows the
wealth
development
that is,
of the crown. Yes?
yeah, the amount of wealth of a country. And the second one, the HDI, is the Human Development Index. Why we take into consideration these two things? Because, for example, Brazil has a high GDP, but the Human Development Index is very low.
Yeah.
So we take into consideration this to say, hey, what is a fair price for this market? Because if we look only at the GDP, people in Brazil wouldn't be able to afford Livox. So we have different prices depending on different locations. And these are how can I say, suggestion of pricing for this country. So when we go, for example, for Sudan, we were able to implement Livox in Sudan in a few schools. Obviously, it was much more affordable than for Europe and for Brazil. And so this is not just about the money for us. This is about making people with disabilities, empower people with disabilities.
But is this a product that families could also afford to buy themselves, or?
It is, and that's the whole point. We have different price points and models as well. So, for example, if I'm talking to a school, usually we have one-time fee, because the schools, they don't want to pay for it every single month, right? They want to pay for it, and that's it. But for parents and for families, we try to have a monthly fee or something like that. So it depends a lot on, and obviously for people with disabilities, it's much, much more affordable than for parents, of course.
What is your current call to action that you'd like everybody to hear, to those who are with us today, and that will also watch later, because everything will be staying online? I mean, related to Livox, to your product, but also anything else that concerns challenges of going international.
Yeah, well, actually, my call to action is not only related to going international, but it's related to people with disabilities as a group. When you think about people with disabilities, I was able to raise some money, and I opened a rehab center in my hometown in Brazil, and I was working with a lot of people with disabilities. And unhappily, I saw that many people, they spent more money with their pets than with their father that had a stroke. And this is true in many situations. So this is very sad. And my call to action is to change this. If we empower these people, you know, so they can be able to communicate by themselves, if they can, if they're able to have a proper education, that's the least that we can do, right? And it's interesting because sometimes people don't understand that unless they are touched by a disability in their families. So don't wait for this to happen. You know, if you have the means to help people with disabilities, do that, because they desperately need some help.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pereira, and it was a real pleasure to have you here with us today, and hopefully we will have you physically here in Vienna and discuss further and see how also Livox have reached many more people with disabilities that are in need of your product.
Thank you so much. My pleasure. You guys can always count on me.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear followers of this Fireside Chat talk, thank you for being us. Stay tuned, because we end up at 5:20 this afternoon. So we still have some other sessions to go together.
Good afternoon. I'm Tom Butcher here at the Zero Project in Vienna, and I'm joined by two really wonderful people. One of them remotely, who I can see, I don't know whether she can see me, who is Kristin Gilger of Arizona State University, and on my right, Evelyn Brezina, one of the most truly accomplished photographers I've come across, and who I've just had the pleasure of being able to show her a wee bit of the United Nations upstairs. I am going to bow out at this stage and pass over to Kristin and Evelyn to have what I'm sure is going to be an absolutely great conversation. But then just 5 minutes before the end, we are going to look and see how Petra has depicted your conversation graphically, if it lends itself to that. If it doesn't, then we won't. And when the 5 minutes are up towards the end, I'll just say, hey, we've got 5 minutes, and if we could wrap up. So I will start off by saying, over to you, Kristin, and then I'm holding the mic for Evelyn.
Very good, thank you. Good morning for me, good evening for you. It's really exciting for me to do this. I haven't had the opportunity to meet Evelyn in person, but I certainly follow her brilliant photography. A little bit about her. She is a native of Vienna. Since about her 6th year, she has lived with brittle bone disease, and she, as you can see, uses a wheelchair. She worked at the Vienna Red Cross for 5 years until her health convinced her to retire. And she is a passionate photographer. She has 2 Instagram accounts, which are very well followed, and she uses her art in a way that I think you'll find really compelling. So, and just two seconds about me. I'm a professor at the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism and Mass Communication at Arizona State University in Phoenix, Arizona, in the United States. And I'm also the director of the National Center on Disability and Journalism, which is located at the Cronkite School, and how I got connected to this. So Evelyn, we don't have a lot of time, so I want to just jump in. I want to ask you just a couple of questions, and then we're going to look at some of your photos. Let's start with your story. Can you tell us about your experience with disability?
Well, as you said, I have the brittle bones disease. But 44 years ago, I was born as a completely healthy child with no visible signs of any problems. And I went to primary school with the help of crutches. And to high school, I already had my wheelchair. I was the only pupil with a wheelchair in this whole building that was full of steps and stairs. It was quite a tough time, but I somehow made it through. And well, I was very proud to be able to work at the Vienna Red Cross, where I was treated equally. I didn't feel that I was disabled or that anyone treated me in any way differently. I was equal, and that was a wonderful experience for me to be not reduced to my disability. And yeah, now I'm completely depending on the help of others. I live with a 24-hour caregiver, and that's a completely different life again. I'm not able to work, but I try to be as creative as possible and take photos with my cell phone, with my left arm.
Tell us how you got started taking photos.
It was my father who gave me a camera for my 10th birthday, and he was very passionate about photography as well, and he told me to always use special angles. And the fact that I'm sitting and that even if I could stand, I have only the height of an approximately 5-year-old child, I convey a completely different perspective with my photos. And yeah, that's what I'm trying to use and take advantage of.
Let's take a look at a few of your photos. I had a hard time picking some to share because they're all so powerful. And we'll just, if we could bring those up, and you could just tell us a little bit about each of the photos that we're going to take a look at. And we do have caption material, so you can read a good description of the photos as well. I think someone has the PowerPoint they're going to share.
Yes, absolutely. Can we have the first slide? Won't be a moment, Kristen. We're just... Oh, there we go. We're setting things up.
Yeah. So Evelyn, tell us about this beautiful photo.
Well, I'm always on the lookout for courtyards that are wheelchair accessible, and Vienna is full of them, and it's always a pleasure to encounter one of those. And this photo I took, as one can see, in autumn, and I just love the contrast of the white building and the blue sky with the reflecting blue in the windows and the autumnal leaves.
And you're shooting straight up, correct?
Yes, I shot straight up because I've always be careful what's going on below me on the surface of my wheelchair. So it's for a change. I love those pictures where I can look up.
Very good. Let's look at the next one.
Here you have the same perspective. What intrigued me to take this photo was because it's in the city center of Vienna, and we have a quite, let's say, extraordinary color range here. A pink house with turquoise window frames. It makes us feel as if we were, for example, in Italy, and that's why I took this photo.
Yeah, and I love this one too, partly because of the colors. The colors are just so beautiful, as you said, but it's the perspective in both of these photos where, you know, most people would just not see this in the same way that you see it. Is that accurate?
Well, you have to know, for example, at this special place, that you have to look up. Normally, you wouldn't. You would just look straight ahead. And as I came by this place a few times, I knew that I had to look up, and so I took this photo.
Very good. And let's look at the next one, which is a different perspective. It's actually looking down.
Yeah, this is one of my, let's say, signature photos, where I take my feet also as a photographical element into the picture. Because they are kind of floating over the surface. And here you can see this guy walking down the stairs, and the reflection of my shoes in the glass, and the matching color of my shoes and the mosaicked wall. So that just caught my eye, and I thought I had to take this picture.
And the reflection of your shoes as well.
Yes.
Yeah. You have 2 Instagram accounts, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how are they distinguished from each other?
Well, the one which is called Vienna Wheelchair View is, it depicts Vienna the way I see it, how I want to present it. I give advice to tourists, to people in wheelchairs, which sites are worth seeing, which are accessible and which are not. And the other one is more my private idea of what I find beautiful.
I see. And this picture would be an example of one that would be in which account?
Actually, it would be for both. I don't remember. I think it's in the second, in my private one.
Great. Okay. Let's look at the next one, which I think it really captures how you see detail.
Yes, because my autobiography I translated in English because it's only available in German. It's called Crack Me Not and Dandelion, and I love dandelions. And here you see the sun shining on this single one that's coming out amongst those cobblestones, surrounded by those beautiful pink cherry blossoms. And I wanted to show that even though there might be ugly cobblestones, there is always beauty in between.
And the next one also is about detail.
Yeah, I mean, most people would say, well, that's just ugly graffiti, but it's a door next to where I live, a shutter lock, and just the red color caught my eye and made me look closer because it's at my eye level, this lock. And I thought this detail would be interesting to show, and I got quite a lot of response.
What kind of response did you get to this?
Well, that people tell me they wouldn't have never seen it. Yeah.
And I think the next one is the same, something that other people might not see.
Oh, yes, that's a leaf in autumn that's trapped between a glass and a cast iron ornament. And I wanted to show the beauty of decay. That's what came into my mind when I saw it. The pride of this single leaf that decays in solitude.
And it's trapped in the
Yes.
window, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. It's so beautiful in its detail. Let's go to the next one, which I think goes back to what we were talking about earlier about perspective.
Yeah, these are two caryatids which are standing on a quite high pedestal. And I took this photo, as you can see, from a very low perspective, not only because I'm sitting very low, but you can see the toes are quite huge, and the faces in the high above are quite tiny. And I thought it was funny that one of those figures is pointing directly at me with a broken index finger. That's kind of funny with my background story.
And how do you find the subjects for your photos like this? Is it like you're going someplace specifically looking for, beautiful images to capture, or is it just as you're kind of living your life and you have your cell phone and you say, oh, I want a picture of that?
Well, actually, if I'm going to a museum, I know that I will see beautiful motifs. But when I go out for a walk, of course, I have my cell phone always with me. And it's not that I'm looking for interesting motifs. They just come to me. I don't know why. They just come to me.
Okay, and we have one more to show, and this one you'll have to explain to us what this is. It's so beautiful to look at, but I kept looking at it going, I don't know what it is.
Actually, it was a bunch of roses in a vase, and from my perspective, I could only see the roses from below, and I had the vase in front of me, and I thought, well, why not take a picture of the beautiful stems with the huge thorns in matching color with the vase? And that's the perfect example of my different point of view.
Yeah, and it could be a painting. It's so beautiful. I think that's our slideshow, so we can stop sharing if you want. And then, Evelyn, you tell us about your following on Instagram. How did you get started on Instagram, and what kind of following have you built up there?
Well, I started about 4 years ago with a completely different approach. I always posted 3 matching photos, and I found out that it's too much. And over the years, I developed my own style, my own diversity in photography, my showing different places, and I found out that my followers, who are now about 5,500, wanted to see who is the person behind the camera. And the more I told them about me, the more I showed my life. I make reels as well, where I present places that are accessible, wheelchair accessible. Those are the most interesting ones for my followers.
Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, I have followers who want to visit Vienna who are in a wheelchair and to get inspired by those pictures or reels, which places they could visit, as well as non-wheelchair drivers, I would say healthy people, who are asking me questions about can I go here or can I go there? I'm like a tourist guide sometimes. And I like it. And I also talk about accessibility problems. I show them on my channel, and I already had the media reacting to it, and I'm quite proud of it.
What kind of accessibility issues do you see?
Well, for example, just recently I visited a cafe which told on its web page that it's wheelchair accessible with a mobile ramp and that it has an accessible restroom. And when I went there, the ramp was absolutely no problem. That was perfect. But the restroom was not. Well, there were no steps, but there were normal restrooms for a single person who can stand. You couldn't have even get in with a children's wheelchair. So I wrote an email to this cafe and asked them to change that, and they did, and they thanked me for it.
You mentioned the media a minute ago. How well do you think disability is portrayed in the media, particularly visually? And what do you think the media could do better in terms of portrayal of disability?
Well, I have to be fair because during the last 1.5 years, I had quite a lot of opportunities to present my story and other topics in the media, and I've always been treated very, very well. Even a very passionate radio reporter made a story about my life, which got silver at an international festival in New York. And so this is one side. Media always wants catchy stories. Either they are positive or negative. But what I think from my personal experience, I love most social media, in my case Instagram, because it's in my hands what I want to publish, how I want it to be published, and when. And if it's interesting for the media, they come to me and ask me for an interview. And that's what happens more and more often during the last month.
Yeah, I mean, you can be a creator of media.
Yes, exactly.
With your camera and with your words in a way that, wasn't possible, even, 15 years ago.
Yes.
When you're doing this kind of work, sharing your photos with people, and it's around the world, I believe your followers are, what do you hope to achieve? You talked about, people coming to Vienna, sharing with them how accessible various places are. But what else do you hope to achieve with your photography and sharing that photography around the world?
Well, in the first place, I want people to be more aware of their vicinity, of their surrounding. I want them to see the beauty that surrounds them, even if it's in the most ordinary places. That's my first goal. And if this leads to being more observative of situations and changing the perspective in special situations. For example, if someone's lying on the street and it could be a drunk or it could be a diabetic. And if people are more observing, they would maybe rethink, go back, ask if this person needs help, and change something. And I want people to be more observative of their surrounding. That's my goal.
Now, when we talked earlier, you mentioned something else that you hope to achieve. You mentioned an encounter you had with a child who was asking, I think his or her mother, why you were in a wheelchair. Can you talk about that?
Yes, that's of course that's another issue. I think inclusion starts in our heads, and this encounter was very cute. It was about 4 or 5 year old boy who came to me asking me, why can't you walk? And I tried to explain to him in a childlike manner that my bones are too weak and that's why I'm sitting in a wheelchair. And from the side I could see that his mom, who was approximately 7th, 8th, 9th month pregnant, came closer to us, and the little boy was asking me, but haven't they seen it on the ultrasound? And I was like, oh my gosh, this word came out from a 4-year-old. How could that be possible? And I want to raise awareness that little children are indeed able to understand if you explain the situation them in an age in an age appropriate style.
Yeah, yeah, I love that story. You know, when people respond to your photos, do you think that they also are getting a better understanding of how people live with disability?
Yes, definitely. I get lots of responses from all sorts of people who I would have never had the chance to get in contact with, from all sorts of jobs, environments, places, countries, and it's very interesting to interact with those people.
So, do you have a favorite encounter or comment that you got from someone who saw your photos?
Well, it was just recently a girl from Uruguay who came across my my Instagram account because we share the same disease, the brittle bones disease. And half a year ago, I started learning Spanish, and and she couldn't speak English, so I was forced to speak Spanish with those little skills that I have achieved in the meanwhile. And she sent me 10 questions like you did, and she wanted me to represent myself, and she asked questions in a more childlike manner, of course, or teenager manner. But it was so fantastic to interact with a young girl who could be my daughter, actually, and to talk in a language that is new for me, and to feel that we are on the same wavelength.
Yeah, and from another part of the world as well. So.
Yes.
What advice would you have for people who with disabilities who want to embark on a creative endeavor like yours? It doesn't have to be photography, but they want to express themselves in some way.
Well, don't let anybody tell you that there are obstacles or boundaries. We can overcome all of them. We can ask for help if help is needed. I also ask for help, as I have now my very nice guide here who will hold my microphone, which I couldn't do by myself. So if you are creative, then live it, show it, do it as much as you can. There are so many people out there who aren't able to move their arms and legs, and they are painting the most extraordinary masterpieces. So if they can do it, why should anyone else not be able to do it?
Yeah, I want to give all of us just a moment to let that sink in because I think it's so important. I have one last question for you, and then I'm going to leave the last few minutes here. What's next for you? What are, a photo exhibit, a book, another book, 5,000 more followers on Instagram? What's next?
Well, I want to stress out that I'm not doing this because I'm behind more followers. Of course, it's flattering, but that's not my main goal. What's next might be an Insta walk where I can show my favorite places of my district where I live, and people will be with me and I will be their guide and I can give them tips and personally, not via social media, but personally interact with them and show them my vision. And that's what I'm looking forward to very much.
Well, I want to be the first one to sign up for that. So you have to let me know.
If you want to come to Vienna.
Yes, that's a goal. I do want to do that someday.
I hope so.
So I will turn it back over and we can wrap it up. But I want to thank Evelyn for sharing her story with us. I feel very privileged to have been part of this and to hear and see her beautiful work. Thank you, Evelyn.
And thank you very much. And thank you, Zero Project, for inviting me and giving me this one-in-a-lifetime chance. And thank you, dear Kristin, for sending me those most interesting questions and to getting to know you. It was a huge pleasure.
A pleasure is all mine.
Kristin, thank you so much. Evelyn, thank you so much. And I think I might have 30 seconds to ask my own question, which is pretty an inane question, which is, as a kind of attempting photographer, what one piece of advice, in addition to the go out and do it advice, would you give?
If you're insecure, take 10 pictures of one motive, and one will be perfect.
Great. Well, I'll have to follow that for about the next 10 years, I think. Well, I will now hand over to Petra. And once again, I'll say thanks once again to both of you, but I'll hand over to Petra. Oh, she's got the microphone, so I'm okay there.
Yeah, you can keep the mic. Well, how brilliant to have such a brilliant photographer right here in the Zero Project conference, bringing creativity to all of us and showing that creativity sometimes is a change of perspective. We saw brilliant pictures. Of course, I cannot replicate them here, but what I caught was that sometimes you need to look up, or you need to look down, or just to look at details. So that is what your art is all about. And there was this, what caught me really was, you said, media tries to catch stories. You are trying to write your own story. And with social media, you're able to do that. And I hope I found both of your Instagram accounts. One is Vienna Wheelchair View, and the other one is Evelyn Brezina, as one thing. And on the one, you're showing us accessible locations in Vienna. And I think this is also community building, because you're planning to show it and also to invite others to come and see you there. And on the other one, you said you're trying more the art part, yeah? Like the beautiful pictures that you find. And I think both goes hand in hand to show us how important art and photography being one of the art forms is so important in an inclusive environment and an inclusive world. Thank you very much for your brilliant work. It was such a pleasure to see the pictures. Thank you.
Charge.
Petra, thank you so much. Kristin, thank you so much. Have a good rest of day. Ours is nearly done. And thank you, Evelyn, above all.
It was a huge pleasure meeting you all. And all the best to you, Kristin.
Thank you so much.
And so goodbye from us here at the Zero Project. And thank you for everybody, and thank you for our viewers as well. Bye-bye all.
Hi. Hello there. Are you still awake?
I am
and
still awake.
Powerful?
I'm still awake. I'm not sure about being powerful. Well, first of all, hi. This is the session on accessibility leaders joining hands.
Totally. I guess we're done with that.
So we're good with that. Okay, so I tell you what, why don't you tell us who you are and I'll tell you who I am.
Very good. I'm Michal Rimon, and I'm a friend of Caroline, first of all, and the CEO of Access Israel. Caroline, who are you?
So I'm Caroline Casey, troublemaker, behind the valuable 500, friend of Michal Rimon, somebody who you cannot say no to, everybody who knows Access Israel, and lover of very colourful fashion at the moment.
Yes. With that, it's opposites attract. Caroline, I know the subject of the session was leaders of accessibility and inclusion joining hands.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that when we did a preview talk, we thought that maybe it's time to talk about something that needs to be talked about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know what, we're just going to roll with this. We're the two wild cards of Zero. I think what we wanted to talk about today is coming out, actually. Two ways of coming out. As we come into the Zero conference, we're lucky. We're one of the 300 people physically here in this conference. And there's like thousands of people online. And I just think how hard people are finding it to make that adjustment. Yeah. And I think having moderated this conference for 12 years, you'd think at this stage you would be used to it and you're not nervous. But actually, this is probably one of the most nerve-wracking of all the conferences, because it's the first live event I've done in 2 years, to a room that there is hardly anybody in. And yeah, it's a kind of a very important moment for us just to remember to be kind to ourselves in all this change we're doing. I don't know, is that how you're finding it, or?
Totally. I think that we need to understand. We said it's a little bit being rusty. It's like you know the moves.
Yeah.
You know how to do it, and you're even looking forward to it. But when you're in an event that you are told, and you know thousands of people are watching, but there is just like, I don't know, 50 people in an enormous, it feels a little strange.
Yeah, and you're not getting feedback. So one of the things we started to get used to in, when we've been doing Zoom is looking at yourself with red lipstick.
Yes.
On a Zoom. I didn't know, by the way, Michal has a setting with red lipstick. I didn't have that, so wish somebody could have given that to me. And touch-ups. Oh no, I did the touch-ups, but not the red lipstick. But anyway, at least you had yourself sort of to look at, or somebody's face. Now we're doing it to this room, and it's the importance of connection and feedback and the energy that's just missing. We don't even have it in Zoom, and now we're in these big halls. And I think what has been really important for me is the trust we have amongst each other. I mean, if you think about the Zero family, I'm not sure lots of us could have done this if we didn't have that family trust and the big community that Access Israel has built. And I think Martin Essel said it really well today on your webinar. We're not alone.
Yeah.
And I think this is a moment just to remind yourself that you're not. I think everybody is just finding their way again, and that we share together. But it's the importance of our families and our networks in making this happen, don't you think?
Totally, and if I'll connect it to the subject of this talk, when you're talking about leaders joining hands, I think in a way what we're trying to do is join hands with everybody that is watching us. And giving you the behind, everybody looks very confident,
Yeah.
I look at Caroline, when Caroline said she feels rusty, it's like, you look so natural in this. And still we have to understand and look at what's happening inside. And I think it's a very important thing, especially for people who are watching this and watching from home, wishing to be hopefully next year here. You have to understand that, first of all, as we said, not everything you see on the outside is happening in the inside.
No.
Even the most photographed and filmed people have their it's nervous for them also.
Yeah.
I know that when I started speaking in front of audience, somebody told me, picture the people naked in front of you. Doesn't really work. I tried that. But the idea is to really understand that the difficulties that you're feeling, it's not yours alone.
Yeah, and I think that's the big advice I'd give anybody, because in your session you were saying, how do we do partnerships? How do we do collaborations? I mean, this was the Access Israel webinar. And the one thing I would say is, number one, do not judge anybody else. Do not assume anything about anybody else. We have no idea what's going on. And I want to refer to a story that you often tell, like when you first came to Zero, like you keep saying 8 years ago, but I think it's like about 10 years ago now, anyway. So you keep saying that you remember seeing me running around moderating and going, oh my God, do you know what I've never told you before? That first year that you saw me, I was actually falling apart inside because my company was closing. And it just shows you this issue of covering. Yeah. And we've just to be very, very gentle with each other, I think, as we emerge from this pandemic. We're all going to emerge at different levels. But it also brings into the question the issue of how many people are covering their disability or their difference or their unique needs. And how do we help people speak about what they need? And a brilliant example was today when we had a panelist, Alexandra. And she did a really brave thing. She said what she needed. She even wore a Kermit the Frog hat to try and sort of shade the lights in the room, said she didn't want to be monitored for speaking. And she decided to tell everybody what she needed to encourage others to do the same.
Totally.
So I don't know what you're learning from the network. Are you finding that people are willing to come out and speak out more or more vulnerable or?
I think that when you understand, you know, we're in a conference now and people are going to conferences all over the world and hopefully now with COVID towards the end we'll start going again. I think that we have to understand that many of the things happen behind the scenes or in the cafeteria. Yeah. And I think that when you create that atmosphere and the connection of trust, of connection, of talking, of starting to bond, then it's much easier to share the needs, to share what you know, and I think this is a very, you know, I was asked just now in an interview, after being in Vienna so many years, how is the accessibility in Vienna? And I said, I'll tell you the truth. I've been at the UN building, so here it's okay, and the atmosphere and the people are very, you know, accepting and etc. And I think that's the beauty of being here.
So I want to ask a question that I think a lot of people who've watched you over the years. I mean, to me, you're kind of you're a force of nature, a beautiful, joyful, confident, never-ending energy. You reach your arms out to everybody. You seem to always be there. You seem to always be on. Like, do you ever have days that you don't feel so good? And how do you manage that? I mean, how do you manage those days?
First of all, thank you. And it's exactly the way I see you. But first of all, we all have days like that. But as you said, we are very good mask wearers. You know, we have the mask, and the mask
women,
is, yeah.
Very good.
I always tell you, good concealer is the key.
You've got better skin than me. I have albinism.
Yeah.
So, you know.
And I think that when you love what you're doing, and you believe in what you're doing, even when you have those downfalls, I really have taught myself to get myself together. You know, I have my collapse place. You know, I have my but it's really for the cause. And when you believe it, it's like the adrenaline just washes away. That's the way I feel.
Yeah, but one thing I'm always also very interested in, many of us who've been working in this area of social change or social innovation, I mean, I guess everybody out there knows what it's like not to say no and never know when to rest or when to stop. Now, I've got to say, I turned 50 a few months ago, so yes, I'm owning my age. I'm actually learning how to slow down a bit and say no and just do less but better. I mean, is that
I'm
something
not there yet.
Yeah, but I'm just going to say...
I'm 51 and I'm still...
Yeah, but like even then when I think about us less but better, we're still going 90 miles an hour. I'm not sure that's a really good role model for younger leaders. I really don't, because I don't think we need to burn ourselves out.
Absolutely.
Do you?
Absolutely, no. And I think that the balance is the key.
Yeah, but how do you do that, Michael?
I will get back to you once I find out. It's difficult. It's really difficult because it's also, you know, you are drawn into it and you don't know when to stop and you collapse eventually. You know, you always have the ups and downs. So it's a process. I'm still learning. I'm still young and learning. I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay.
You know, I've been, as I said, 8 or 9 years, I don't remember the count, seeing you and seeing in the process of the idea and the dream and turning it into something actual, valuable 500. And today you're I don't know how you do it, but with an amazing staff. Each one I met is better than the other. It's really amazing. And how are you taking the moment to look back and understand the achievement? And how do you look now that it's really out there? It's happening. And in a way, it's happening even without you, which is an amazing accomplishment.
Yeah, well, I think that's the best. It's the most proudest thing of all is that people want to work for the Valuable 500. I mean, really work for us, with us, and actually approach us for jobs. I was like, wow. And once we finally had funding, I think it's still the greatest joy and the greatest pride for me that anybody wants to work with us. And I really want to make myself obsolete because no movement can be around one human being. It's just absolutely wrong, and I've wanted that for so long. But honestly, the Valuable 500, I've been working in disability business inclusion for 22 years. So it was not an overnight success. I've done several initiatives, but every single moment was like a pebble to build the Valuable 500. How do I feel today? I feel a huge hope and responsibility that we activate this community, not just to speak anymore, not just to write commitments, but to deliver systemic change. I wish I could just be settled and go, okay, great, we got to 500. But now I'm like, no, how do we do it? How do we get it to the 213 million companies in the world? How do we create real collaboration? How do we take all the systems in the world and help them work with each other to benefit, the end of exclusion of people with disabilities right across our planet? So I have to learn from what we've just said and go, sometimes you need to stop and stand still and go, yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that what you're saying and what I said, in a way it's as if in this accessibility inclusion world, because it's so personal for us all, it's an investment in all of our future and our family and our friends. Whenever we see a hilltop, we think that's the goal. We reach it, and then we see, oh wait, we could stop here. A normal person might have stopped here, but there's another thing we can achieve. And if we did this, maybe we can even go farther. And in a way, if I'm talking to people who are doing this, don't stop in that. Just find the balance. I think that's
know why you're doing it. So for me, if there was two things I could say to anybody doing this work: you're not defined by this work. Do not let this work define who you are. It's what you do, it's your passion, and it's needed, and that purpose and passion is so important, but it is not who you are. And I think it's a very hard thing when we get so into it, right? We just get so into it. And then something Andreas Heinecke and I were speaking about is know why you do the work, because you're right, it is personal. But you know what? You've got to look after yourself in this work. And I know it's said again and again and again, but I could not suggest it more and more and more. Take care of yourself first so that you can be a better leader. Sort out your shit, do your work it through, because then you'll know the times to stop and rest and to let go and to push.
Absolutely.
And that's really important.
Absolutely. And as a closing, I will just say that if we go back to the title of this, reach out. And especially in conferences like this and other, reach out, because somebody there wants to reach out back to you. That's the whole idea of the Zero Project and of the friendships that are formed here.
And I couldn't agree more. You know what? We're like a set of Christmas tree lights. Every single one of us is a light on a big, massive wire together that we will look after each other as we try to change the world. Do not underestimate. You won't on your own.
I had such a ball.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys.
Hello and welcome to this Fireside Chat here at the Zero Project Conference 2022 in Vienna. And it's my very great pleasure to welcome Sarah Herlinger from Apple to join us from about as far away as it's possible to be on the west coast of the United States. Sarah, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Next time, I'm sure. Sarah, to start us off, it would be really interesting. How do you describe the philosophy or strategy of Apple in building technology that enables people with disabilities?
Oh, sure. Yeah, well, I think in terms of our philosophy, accessibility is really a core value for Apple. And since our inception, our goal has been to empower people with breakthrough products that change people's lives. And we do this not just for some people, we really try and do this for everyone. We believe that accessibility is a basic human right and that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect. And so how that then manifests in our strategy is that each year we continue to try and push the boundaries of innovation to create amazing features to support a wide range of user needs, from vision to hearing to physical motor to cognitive.
And I guess it sort of prompts the question, which is sort of why? What motivates Apple to develop this strategy over what's been a number of years, really?
Yeah, well, accessibility has been a part of Apple's DNA from the start. Our first accessibility team was started back in 1985, which was actually 5 years before the Americans with Disabilities Act came to pass. So that work was not about a regulation or someone saying you have to do it. It was really about us early on being motivated to believe that technology should respond to everyone's needs. At its best, it can enable everyone to be able to be more creative and collaborative and productive, independent, and be able to live out their dreams. And that's something that we have been passionate for decades about ensuring is in our products. We do this a lot through that the mantra of the disability community of nothing about us without us. We've always believed it's important to work with members of the disability community, starting with who we hire within our own company to help us design these features and ensuring that people who use them are the people who are involved in that design process. But really, it's just been about trying to make sure that everybody who wants to use Apple technology has the power to do so.
And I mean, there's such a wide range of Apple products available to us now on the market, and many of the sort of technologies and features and functions that you're talking spread across those different products. But what excites you about the approach and the products that Apple are producing?
Yeah, well, gosh, there are a lot of things that excite me about the work that we're doing. I think, one of them is that we're constantly trying to make sure that our communities have the same amazing experience that everyone else does when they use our technology. And that sort of falls into two categories. One thing is our team is always relentlessly working to make sure that everything that every other engineer at Apple builds is built to be accessible. So regardless of what product you use, if there are accessibility features that you know and love and rely on, we really work to make sure that those are available across all of our products so that any product that you pick up, you're able to turn on the accessibility features you need, and then the entire operating system is available to you. But the other thing that we're really excited about is how, because we are a consumer products company and because we have so many engineers working on such cutting edge technology across the board, so whether that be in hardware or software, that they're really looking at what's the latest and greatest and how do we build that into our products, that our team can take all of those great tools out there and the knowledge of all of those people and use them to build really cool features specifically for our communities. So as an example of that, if you think about a feature like people detection, People detection was built into Magnifier in iOS 14, and it's a feature to support the blind community in understanding where people are around them. And we actually started this feature based on the request of one of our engineers who is blind, who said that when he was in just in a line anywhere, whether that be the grocery store, waiting to get into a venue, whatever it might be, that he struggled with knowing when the person in front of him moved. So we started looking at LiDAR technology, which is something that's built into the pro models of our iPhones and our iPads, as a tool to be able to support that. So we used actually a lot of cool technology, from a feature called people occlusion in ARKit to that, which is more the software side, to LiDAR in the camera, to our machine learning models, to build out a way in which it would understand where people are in proximity to you and be able to let you know via a range of different ways, including voiceover or haptics or things like that. And when suddenly we ended up in the situation we're in right now with COVID, understanding where people are in proximity to you suddenly became so much more important, as social distancing was a part of our lives. And so we were able to fast track that feature and get it out so that we could assist the blind community in social distancing during this unprecedented time. And that, to me, is a great example of really what does excite us, you know, when we're able to look at what's at our fingertips in our own technology and use that to the benefit of our communities in completely new and innovative ways that no one else has even thought of.
And that's certainly something we've been discussing here at the Zero Project, which is these features are developed, but sometimes we can't always anticipate how they're going to be used until they're being used in that way, and that shapes design for the future as well. And I was thinking, when you and I were discussing this, I think my first Apple product was an iPod Classic with 160 gigabytes of music on it. And over the years, I've then got in my drawer an Apple phone, iPhone 3G, and iPads, and so on. And it just made me realize that this process has been going on for a number of years. And the process and the products that Apple have produced have had a significant influence. And what do you think the influence of the approach that you've described has had, not just upon people with disabilities themselves, but also upon that wider ecosystem of assistive and accessible technologies?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, certainly we do know that the community of individuals with disabilities is a sizable one, you know, largest minority in the world with over 1 billion people in it. So there's a lot of people to support. But to your point, I think it's been really interesting to see how the work that we do funnels its way into other areas, and people, whether it be that people go in and find accessibility features and use them, even if they don't self-identify as having a disability, as a productivity feature, but also the ways that we as a company look at some of our accessibility features as foundational to other areas. I mean, when you think about things like CarPlay, where it's eyes-free use of the technology, because you don't want to take your eyes off the road. All of our work that we've done around support for individuals in the blind community gives us a knowledge of how do you set up that UI? How do you make that a simple and intuitive process if you're not looking at the screen? So I think there's many different ways that our accessibility features end up having an effect on what we do in other areas, as well as just becoming great tools in the toolkit for any user of our technology. I mean, I always say, regardless of who you are and what you consider to be your personal needs, go into the accessibility settings and check out some of the things that are in there. I mean, I've never done a workshop or talked to somebody about the features that are in there that by the end of it, someone hadn't turned on something and will keep it on from that point forward because they just see it as something that helps them use the device a little bit better.
And I think, and it's really interesting what you're saying, and you used a word there which I think has been really important, which is intuitive. And certainly where I've been introducing things like iPads to people with cognitive disabilities or learning disabilities, or for people who are aging and older, that intuitive interface has been really important. It's given them a digital access that maybe before would have been very challenging. And I just wondered what you feel we've learned from this process. If you look back over those years, beyond that, what do you feel we've learned from that experience?
David, I lost your audio.
Oh, sorry, it's probably me not holding my microphone up high enough. So I'm just interested in what you feel we've learned from the experience of the last 10 years or so.
Well, I think one of the big things that we've learned or tried to show people in the world is that accessibility can be done. And it's also some of the most creative work that you can do. You know, in order to really serve each community in the way that it should be, it's important to really step outside of what what the technology can do today and figure out what it can do tomorrow. And, you know, I feel incredibly honored to work with the team that I do. Our engineers are just constantly pushing the limits, and really some of the most creative people I've ever met. And I think that's huge. Accessibility is something that can be done by any company. Just get into it early and often. Make sure that in your innovation process, it's not a checkbox, it's not an afterthought. You really have to engage your accessibility team, or if it's a smaller company that doesn't have a team established, just establish a person who becomes the person who from day one is thinking about how would someone use this, whatever it is, if they weren't able to see it, if they weren't going to touch it, if they weren't going to hear it, whatever it might be. You need to think about it right up front. You need to include it in your process and really be thoughtful for each of these communities, and then have fun.
Yeah.
I think accessibility work is incredibly fun, and as I said, incredibly creative, and lean into that. It should be the core of your design process, and really just have fun with it.
And I think that's quite a nice message. And one of the things that we talked about a little bit here yesterday, we were saying that we should welcome and value the work that has been done to date. And as a community, we should take pride in our influence on that technology development. But also, we shouldn't be scared of challenging and demanding and wanting more from our technology to support access and inclusion. And so thinking about that, for Apple, looking forward, where does our strategy take us for Apple, do you think?
Yeah, well, I think for us, it's going to be a part of wherever technology takes us into the future. Accessibility is never done. And with every year, we continue to build out more and more new features. As we look at potentially making new products, making sure that accessibility is a part of that, I think there's such incredible strides we're already taking in a lot of different areas. A lot of the baseline of who can use our products is already established, but we're always looking to expand the depth and breadth of users who can use our technology. So we're constantly looking at how do we expand the audience that we have, and with that we're seeing really great strides in things like machine learning. We've been using machine learning to sort of expand a lot of what we're doing for many different types of user groups, whether that be things like what I talked about with people detection in for the blind and low vision community, sound recognition for the deaf and hard of hearing community, all the things we're doing with assistive touch for Apple Watch, for physical motor limitations, so many things out there that we continue to expand upon. And so I think there's, the sky's the limit. It's both, kind of as I was saying earlier, it's not only taking what are all of the amazing things that Apple is looking to build into the future and making sure those work for our communities, but also looking at what are the just, mind-blowingly new ways that we can take all of that and turn them into really fantastic features with rich detail for our own communities.
And if you had to sum up all of that and everything we've discussed into a few words for the audience, how would you summarize how you feel and the direction we're going in?
Yeah, well, I feel really positive about all of this. I think that, accessibility is so much a part of who we are as a company that that's just something I want people to be aware of. I want more people to know that accessibility is built right in, and that the device that they've likely been carrying around in their pocket for years may well be the most accessible piece of technology that they have. And if they're not taking advantage of that, they certainly should be.
It's a great message. Check what's in your pocket. It might have more than you thought it had. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a great time, a great day left over there in the States, and look forward to seeing you here at the Zero Project next year, I hope.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, David. It's been a pleasure.
Take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, you can. Sorry.
All right, thanks. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't still on camera. Thank you so much. That was great.
Yeah, thanks so
All
much.
right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have a nice day.